Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 16, Lucius Apuleius, by Charles Dudley Warner. Lucius Apuleius, 2nd century A.D. Lucius Apuleius, author of the brilliant Latin novel The Metamorphoses, also called The Golden Ass, and more generally known under that title, will be remembered when many greater writers shall have been forgotten. The downfall of Greek political freedom brought a period of intellectual development fertile in prose storytelling, short fables and tales, novels, philosophic and religious, historical and satiric, novels of love, novels of adventure. Yet, strange to say, while the instinct was prolific in the Hellenic domain of the Roman Empire, it was for the most part sterile in Italy, though Roman life was saturated with the influence of Greek culture. Its only two notable examples are Petronius Arbiter and Apuleius, both of whom belong to the first 2 centuries of the Christian epoch. The suggestion of the plan of the novel, familiarly known as the Golden Ass, was from a Greek source, Lucius of Patrae. The original version was still extant in the days of Photius, patriarch of the Greek Church, in the 9th century. Lucian, the Greek satirist, also utilized the same material in a condensed form in his Lucius or the Ass. But Apuleius greatly expanded the legend, introduced into it numerous episodes, and made it the background of a vivid picture of the manners and customs of a corrupt age. Yet, underneath its lively portraiture there runs a current of mysticism at variance with the naive rehearsal of the hero's adventures, and this has tempted critics to find a hidden meaning in the story. Bishop Warburton, in his Divine Legation of Moses, professes to see in it a defense of paganism at the expense of struggling Christianity. While this seems absurd, it is fairly evident that the mind of the author was busied with something more than the mere narration of rollicking adventure, more even than a satire on Roman life. The transformation of the hero into an ass at the moment when he was plunging headlong into a licentious career, and the recovery of his manhood again through divine intervention, suggests a serious symbolism. The beautiful episode of Cupid and Psyche, which would lend salt to a production far more corrupt, is also suggestive. Apuleius perfected this wild flower of ancient folklore into a perennial plant that has blossomed ever since along the paths of literature and art. The story has been accepted as a fitting embodiment of the struggle of the soul toward a higher perfection. Yet, strange to say, the episode is narrated with as brutal a realism as if it were a satire of Lucian, and its style is belittled with petty affectations of rhetoric. It is the enduring beauty of the conception that has continued to fascinate. Hence, we may say of the Golden Ass in its entirety, that whether readers are interested in esoteric meanings to be divined, or in the author's vivid sketches of his own period, the novel has a charm which long centuries have failed to dim. Apuleius was of African birth and of good family, his mother having come of Plutarch's blood. The 2nd century of the Roman Empire, when he lived, he was born at Madora about A.D. 139, was one of the most brilliant periods in history, brilliant in its social gaiety, in its intellectual activities, and in the splendor of its achievements. The stimulus of the age spurred men far in good and evil. Apuleius studied at Carthage, and afterwards at Rome, both philosophy and religion, though this bias seems not to have dulled his taste for worldly pleasure. Poor in purse, he finally enriched himself by marrying a wealthy widow and inheriting her property. Her will was contested on the ground that this handsome and accomplished young literary man had exercised magic in winning his elderly bride. The successful defense of Apuleius before his judges, a most diverting composition, so jaunty and full of witty impertinences that it is evident he knew the hard-headed Roman judges would dismiss the prosecution as a farce, is still extant under the name of the Apology, or Concerning Magic. This, in after days, became oddly jumbled with the story of the Golden Ass and its transformations, so that St. Augustine was inclined to believe Apuleius actually a species of professional wizard. The plot of the Golden Ass is very simple. Lucius of Medora, a young man of property, sets out on his travels to sow his wild oats. He pursues this pleasant occupation with the greatest zeal, according to the prevailing mode. He is no moralist. The partner of his first intrigue is the maid of a woman skilled in witchcraft. The curiosity of Lucius being greatly exercised about the sorceress and her magic, he importunes the girl to procure from her mistress a magic salve which will transform him at will into an owl. By mistake he receives the wrong salve, and instead of the bird metamorphosis which he had looked for, he undergoes an unlooked-for change into an ass. In this guise, and in the service of various masters, he has opportunities of observing the follies of men from a novel standpoint. His adventures are numerous, and he hears many strange stories, the latter being chronicled as episodes in the record of his experiences. At last the goddess Isis appears in a dream, and obligingly shows him the way to effect his second metamorphosis, by aid of the high priest of her temple, where certain mysteries are about to be celebrated. Lucius is freed from his disguise, and is initiated into the holy rites. The Golden Ass is full of dramatic power and variety. The succession of incident, albeit grossly licentious at times, engages the interest without a moment's dullness. The main narrative, indeed, is no less entertaining than the episodes. The work became a model for story writers of a much later period, even to the times of Fielding and Smollett. Boccaccio borrowed freely from it. At least one of the many humorous exploits of Cervantes' Don Quixote can be attributed to an adventure of Lucius, while Gil Blas abounds in reminiscences of the Latin novel. The student of folklore will easily detect in the tasks imposed by Venus on her unwelcome daughter-in-law, in the episode of Cupid and Psyche, the possible original from which the like fairy tales of Europe drew many a suggestion. Probably Apuleius himself was indebted to still earlier Greek sources. Scarcely any Latin production was more widely known and studied from the beginning of the Italian Renaissance to the middle of the 17th century. In its style, however, it is far from classic. It is full of archaisms and rhetorical conceits. In striving to say things finally, the author frequently failed to say them well. This fault, however, largely disappears in the translation, and whatever may be the literary defects of the novel, it offers rich compensation in the liveliness, humor, and variety of its substance. In addition to the Golden Ass, the extant writings of Apuleius include Florida, an anthology from his own works, The God of Socrates, The Philosophy of Plato, and Concerning the World, a treatise once attributed to Aristotle. The best modern edition of his complete works is that of Hildebrand, Leipzig, 1842. Of the Metamorphoses, that of Eisenhardt, Berlin, 1869. There have been many translations into the modern languages. The best English versions are those of T. Taylor, London, 1822, of Sir G. Head, somewhat expurgated, London, 1851, and an unsigned translation published in the Bonn Library, which has been drawn on for this work, but greatly rewritten as too stiff and prolix, and in the conversations often wholly unnatural. A very pretty edition in French, with many illustrations, is that of Savalette, Paris, 1872. End of section 16. Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 17. The Tale of Aristomenes, the Commercial Traveller, from The Golden Ass, by Lucius Apuleius. I am a native of Aegina, and I travelled in Thessaly, Aetolia, and Boeotia to purchase honey of Hypata, cheese, and other articles used in cookery. Having heard that at Hypata, the principal city of Thessaly, fine-flavoured new cheese was for sale cheap, I made the best of my way there to buy it all up. But, as usual, happening to start left foot foremost, which is unlucky, all my hopes of profit came to nothing, for a fellow named Lupus, a merchant who does things on a big scale, had bought the whole of it the day before. Weary with my hurried journey to no purpose, I was going early in the evening to the public baths, when, to my surprise, I espied an old companion of mine named Socrates. He was sitting on the ground, half covered with a rag-tag cloak, and looking like somebody else. He was so miserably wan and thin, in fact, just like a street beggar, so that, though he used to be my friend and close acquaintance, I had two minds about speaking to him. "How now, friend Socrates?" said I. "What does this mean? Why are you tricked out like this? What crime have you been guilty of? Why, you look as though your family had given you up for dead and held your funeral long ago. The probate judge had appointed guardians for your children, and your wife, disfigured by her long mourning, having cried herself almost blind, was being worried by her parents to sit up and take notice of things and look for a new marriage. Yet now, all of a sudden, here you come before us, like a wretched ghost from the dead, to turn everything upside down." "O Aristomenes," said he, "it is clear that you don't know the slippery turns, the freaks, and the never-ending tricks of fortune." As he said this, he hid his face, crimson with shame, in his one garment of patches and tatters. I could not bear such a miserable sight, and tried to raise him from the ground. But he kept saying, with his head all covered up, "Let me alone, let me alone, let fortune have her way with me." However, I finally persuaded him to go with me, and at the same time pulling off one of my own garments, I speedily clothed him, or at any rate covered him. I next took him to a bath, scrubbed and oiled him myself, and laboriously rubbed the matted dirt off him. Having done all I could, though tired out myself, I supported his feeble steps, and with great difficulty brought him to my inn. There I made him lie down on a bed, gave him plenty of food, braced him up with wine, and entertained him with the news of the day. Pretty soon our conversation took a merry turn. We cracked jokes and grew noisy as we chattered. All of a sudden, heaving a bitter sigh from the bottom of his chest, and striking his forehead violently with his right hand, he said, "Miserable wretch that I am, to have got into such a predicament while having a good time at a gladiatorial show. As you know, I went to Macedonia on business. It took me 10 months. I was on my way home with a very neat sum of money, and had nearly reached Larissa, which I included in my route in order to see the show I mentioned, when I was attacked by robbers in a lonely valley, and only escaped after losing everything I had. In my distress, I betook myself to a certain woman named Mero, who kept a tavern, and who, though rather old, was very good-looking, and told her about my long absence, my earnest desire to reach home, and my being robbed that very day. She treated me with the greatest kindness, gave me a good supper for nothing, and then let me make love to her. But from the very moment that I was such a fool as to dally with her, my mind seemed to desert me. I even gave her the clothes which the robbers in common decency had left me, and the little earnings I made there by working as cloak-maker so long as I was in good physical condition, until at length this kind friend and bad luck together reduced me to the state you just now found me in. By Pollux, then, said I, you deserve to suffer the very worst misfortunes, if there be anything worse than the worst, for having preferred a wrinkled old reprobate to your home and children. Hush, hush, said he, putting his forefinger on his lips and looking round with a terror-stricken face to see if we were alone. Beware of reviling a woman skilled in the black art, for fear of doing yourself a mischief. Say you so? Said I. What kind of a woman is this innkeeper, so powerful and dreadful? She is a sorceress, he replied, and possessed of magic powers. She can draw down the heavens, make the earth heave, harden the running water, dissolve mountains, raise the shades of the dead, dethrone the gods, extinguish the stars, and set the very depths of Tartarus ablaze. Come, come, said I, end this tragic talk. Fold up your theatrical drop-scenes, and let us hear your story in everyday language. Should you like, said he, to hear of one or two, yes, or a great many of her performances? Why, to make not only her fellow countrymen, but the Indians, the Ethiopians, or even the Antipodeans love her to distraction, are only the easy lessons of her art, as it were, and mere trifles. Listen to what she has done before many witnesses. By a single word she changed a lover into a beaver, because he had gone to another flame. She changed an innkeeper, a neighbor of hers she was envious of, into a frog. And now the old fellow, swimming about in a cask of his own wine, or buried in the dregs, croaks hoarsely to his old customers, quite in the way of business. She changed another person, a lawyer from the Forum, into a ram, because he had conducted a suit against her. To this very day that ram is always butting about. Finally, however, public indignation was aroused by so many people coming to harm through her arts, and the very next day had been fixed upon to wreak a fearful vengeance on her by stoning her to death. She frustrated the design by her enchantments. You remember how Medea, having got Creon to allow her just one day before her departure, burned his whole palace, with himself and his daughter in it, by means of flames issuing from a garland? Well, this sorceress, having performed certain deadly incantations in a ditch, she told me so herself in a drunken fit, confined everybody in the town, each in his own house, for 2 whole days, by a secret spell of the demons. The bars could not be wrenched off, nor the doors taken off the hinges, nor even a breach made in the walls. At last, by common consent, the people all swore they would not lift a hand against her, and would come to her defence if any one else did. She then liberated the whole city. But in the middle of the night she conveyed the author of the conspiracy, with all his house, close barred as it was, the walls, the very ground, and even the foundations, to another city, 100 miles off, on the top of a craggy mountain, and so without water. And as the houses of the inhabitants were built so close together that there was not room for the newcomer, she threw down the house before the gate of the city, and took her departure. You narrate marvellous things, said I, my good Socrates, and no less terrible than marvellous. In fact, you have excited no small anxiety, indeed, I may say fear, in me too, not a mere grain of apprehension, but a piercing dread for fear this old hag should come to know our conversation in the same way, by the help of some demon. Let us get to bed without delay, and when we have rested ourselves by a little sleep, let us fly as far as we possibly can before daylight." While I was still advising him thus, the worthy Socrates, overcome by more wine than he was used to and by his fatigue, had fallen asleep and was snoring loudly. I shut the door, drew the bolts, and placing my bed close against the hinges, tossed it up well and lay down on it. I lay awake some time through fear, but closed my eyes at last, a little before midnight. I had just fallen asleep when suddenly the door was burst open with such violence that it was evidently not done by robbers. The hinges were absolutely broken and wrenched off, and it was thrown to the ground. The small bedstead, minus 1 foot and rotten, was also upset by the shock, and falling upon me, who had been rolled out on the floor, it completely covered and hid me. Then I perceived that certain emotions can be excited by exactly opposite causes, for as tears often come from joy, so, in spite of my terror, I could not help laughing to see myself turn from Aristomenes into a tortoise. As I lay on the floor, completely covered by the bed, and peeping out to see what was the matter, I saw 2 old women, one carrying a lighted lamp, and the other a sponge and a drawn sword, plant themselves on either side of Socrates, who was fast asleep. The one with the sword said to the other, "This, sister Panthea, is my dear Endymion, my Ganymede, who by day and by night has laughed my youth to scorn. This is he, who, despising my passion, not only defames me with abusive language, but is preparing also for flight. And I, forsooth, deserted through the craft of this Ulysses, like another Calypso, am to be left to lament in eternal loneliness." Then, extending her right hand and pointing me out to her friend Panthea, "And there," said she, "is his worthy counsellor Aristomenes, who was the planner of this flight, and who now, half dead, is lying flat on the ground under the bedstead, and looking at all that is going on, while he fancies that he is to tell scandalous stories of me with impunity. I'll take care, however, that some day, and before long too, this very instant in fact, he shall repent of his recent chatter and his present curiosity." On hearing this, I felt myself streaming with cold perspiration, and my heart began to throb so violently that even the bedstead danced on my back. "Well, sister," said the worthy Panthea, "shall we hack him to pieces at once, like the Bacchanals, or tie his limbs and mutilate him?" To this Mero replied, and I saw from what was happening, as well as from what Socrates had told, how well the name fitted her. "Rather let him live, if only to cover the body of this wretched creature with a little earth." Then, moving Socrates's head to one side, she plunged the sword into his throat up to the hilt, catching the blood in a small leathern bottle so carefully that not a drop of it was to be seen. All this I saw with my own eyes. The worthy Mero, in order, I suppose, not to omit any due observance in the sacrifice of the victim, then thrust her right hand through the wound, and drew forth the heart of my unhappy companion. His windpipe being severed, he emitted a sort of indistinct gurgling noise, and poured forth his breath with his bubbling blood. Panthea then stopped the gaping wound with a sponge, exclaiming, "Beware, O sea-born sponge, how thou dost pass through a river." When she had said this, they lifted my bed from the ground, and dashed over me a mass of filth. Hardly had they passed over the threshold when the door resumed its former state. The hinges settled back on the panels, the posts returned to the bars, and the bolts flew back to their sockets again. I lay prostrate on the ground in a squalid plight, terrified, naked, cold, and drenched. Indeed, I was half dead, though still alive, and pursued a train of reflections like one already in the grave, or to say the least on the way to the cross, to which I was surely destined. What, said I, will become of me when this man is found in the morning with his throat cut? If I tell the truth, who will believe a word of the story? You ought at least, they will say, to have called for help, if as strong a man as you are could not withstand a woman. Is a man's throat to be cut before your eyes, and you keep silence? Why was it that you were not assassinated too? How did the villains come to spare you, a witness of the murder? They would naturally kill you, if only to put an end to all evidence of the crime. Since your escape from death was against reason, return to it. I said these things to myself over and over again, while the night was fast verging toward day. It seemed best to me, therefore, to escape on the sly before daylight and pursue my journey, though I was all in a tremble. I took up my bundle, put the key in the door, and drew back the bolts. But this good and faithful door, which had opened of its own accord in the night, would not open now till I had tried the key again and again. "Hello, porter," said I, "where are you? Open the gate. I want to be off before daybreak." The porter, who was lying on the ground behind the door, only grunted. "Why do you want to begin a journey at this time of night? Don't you know the roads are infested by robbers? You may have a mind to meet your death. Perhaps your conscience stings you for some crime you have committed. But I haven't a head like a pumpkin, that I should die for your sake." "It isn't very far from daybreak," said I. "And besides, what can robbers take from a traveller in utter poverty? Don't you know, you fool, that a naked man can't be stripped by 10 athletes?" The drowsy porter turned over and answered, "And how am I to know but what you have murdered that fellow traveller of yours, that you came here with last night, and are running away to save yourself? And now I remember that I saw torches through a hole in the earth just at that hour, and Cerberus looking ready to eat me up." Then I came to the conclusion that the worthy Merrow had not spared my throat out of pity, but to reserve me for the cross. So, on returning to my chamber, I thought over some speedy method of putting an end to myself, but fortune had provided me with no weapon for self-destruction, except the bedstead. "Now, bedstead," said I, "most dear to my soul, partner with me in so many sorrows, fully conscious and a spectator of this night's events, and whom alone, when accused, I can adduce as a witness of my innocence, do thou supply me, who would fain hasten to the shades below, a welcome instrument of death." Thus saying, I began to undo the bedcord. I threw one end of it over a small beam projecting above the window, fastened it there, and made a slip knot at the other end. Then I mounted on the bed, and thus elevated for my own destruction, put my head into the noose, and kicked away my support with one foot, so that the noose, tightened about my throat by the strain of my weight, might stop my breath. But the rope, which was old and rotten, broke in two, and falling from aloft I tumbled heavily upon Socrates, who was lying close by, and rolled with him on the floor. Lo and behold! At that very instant the porter burst into the room, bawling out, "Where are you, you who were in such monstrous haste to be off at midnight, and now lie snoring, rolled up in the bedclothes?" At these words, whether awakened by my fall or by the rasping voice of the porter, I know not, Socrates was the first to start up, and he exclaimed, "Evidently travellers have good reason for detesting these hostlers. This nuisance here, breaking in without being asked, most likely to steal something, has waked me out of a sound sleep by his outrageous bellowing." On hearing him speak, I jumped up briskly, in an ecstasy of unhoped-for joy. "Faithfulest of porters!" I exclaimed, "my friend, my own father, and my brother! Behold him whom you, in your drunken fit, falsely accuse me of having murdered." So saying, I embraced Socrates, and was for loading him with kisses, but he repulsed me with considerable violence. "Get out with you!" he cried. Sorely confused, I trumped up some absurd story on the spur of the moment, to give another turn to the conversation, and taking him by the right hand, "Why not be off," said I, "and enjoy the freshness of the morning on our journey?" So I took my bundle, and having paid the innkeeper for our night's lodging, we started on our road. We had gone some little distance, and now, everything being illumined by the beams of the rising sun, I keenly and attentively examined that part of my companion's neck into which I had seen the sword plunged. "Foolish man," said I to myself, "buried in your cups, you certainly have had a most absurd dream. Why, look, here's Socrates, safe, sound, and hearty. Where's the wound? Where's the sponge? Where's the scar of a gash so deep and so recent?" Addressing myself to him, I remarked, "No wonder the doctors say that hideous and ominous dreams come only to people stuffed with food and liquor. My own case is a good instance. I went beyond moderation in my drinking last evening, and have passed a wretched night full of shocking and dreadful visions, so that I still fancy myself spattered and defiled with human gore." "It is not gore," he replied with a smile, "that you are sprinkled with. And yet in my sleep I thought my own throat was being cut, and felt some pain in my neck, and fancied that my very heart was being plucked out. Even now I'm quite faint, my knees tremble, I stagger as I go, and feel in want of some food to hearten me up. Look," cried I, "here is breakfast all ready for you." So saying, I lifted my wallet from my shoulders, handed him some bread and cheese, and said, "Let us sit down near that plane tree." We did so, and I helped myself to some refreshment. While looking at him more closely as he was eating with a voracious appetite, I saw that he was faint, and of a hue like boxwood. His natural colour, in fact, had so forsaken him, that as I recalled those nocturnal furies to my frightened imagination, the very first piece of bread I put in my mouth, though exceedingly small, stuck in the middle of my throat, and would pass neither downward nor upward. Besides, the number of people passing along increased my fears, for who would believe that one of two companions could meet his death except at the hands of the other? Presently, after having gorged himself with food, he began to be impatient for some drink, for he had bolted the larger part of an excellent cheese. Not far from the roots of the plane tree a gentle stream flowed slowly along, like a placid lake, riveling silver or crystal. "Look," said I, "drink your fill of the water of this stream, bright as the Milky Way." He arose, and wrapping himself in his cloak, with his knees doubled under him, knelt down upon the shelving bank, and bent greedily toward the water. Scarcely had he touched its surface with his lips, when the wound in his throat burst open, and the sponge rolled out, a few drops of blood with it, and his lifeless body would have fallen into the river had I not laid hold of one of his feet, and dragged him with great difficulty and labour to the top of the bank. There, having mourned my hapless comrade as much as there was time, I buried him in the sandy soil that bordered the stream. Then, trembling and terror-stricken, I fled through various unfrequented places, and as though guilty of homicide, abandoned my country and my home, embraced a voluntary exile, and now dwell in Aetolia, where I have married another wife. End of section 17. Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 18, The Awakening of Cupid, from The Golden Ass, by Lucius Apuleius. The Awakening of Cupid. The radical difference in the constituent parts of the Golden Ass is startling, and is well illustrated by the selection given previously and that which follows. The story of the drummer comports exactly with the modern idea of realism in fiction, a vivid and unflinching picture of manners and morals, full of broad coarse humor and worldly wit. The story of Cupid and Psyche is the purest, daintiest, most poetic of fancies, in essence a fairy tale that might be told of an evening by the firelight in the 2nd century or the 19th, but embodying also a high and beautiful allegory, and treated with a delicate art which is in extreme contrast with the body of the golden ass. The difference is almost as striking as between Gray's lampoon on Jemmy Twitcher and his bard or elegy, or between Aristophanes's revels in filth and his ecstatic soarings into the heavenliest regions of poetry. The contrast is even more rasping when we remember that the tale is not put into the mouth of a girl gazing dreamily into the glowing coals on the hearth, or of some elegant reciter amusing a social group in a Roman drawing-room or garden, but of a grizzled hag who is maid of all work in a robber's cave. She tells it to divert the mind of a lovely young bride held for ransom. It begins like a modern fairy tale, with a great king and queen who had 3 daughters of remarkable beauty, the loveliest being the peerless Psyche. Even Venus becomes envious of the honours paid to Psyche's charms, and summons Cupid to wing one of his shafts which shall cause her to be seized with the most burning love for the lowest of mankind, so as to disgrace and ruin her. Cupid undertakes the task, but instead falls in love with her himself. Meanwhile an oracle from Apollo, instigated by Venus, dooms her to be sacrificed in marriage to some unknown aerial monster who must find her alone on a naked rock. She so placed, awaiting her doom in terror, but the Zephyrs bear her away to the palace of love. Cupid hides her there, lest Venus wreak vengeance on them both, and there, half terrified, but soon soothed, in the darkness of night she hears from Cupid that he, her husband, is no monster, but the fairest of immortals. He will not disclose his identity, however. Not only so, but he tenderly warns her that she must not seek to discover it, or even to behold him, till he gives permission, unless she would bring hopeless disaster on both. Nor must she confide in her 2 sisters, lest their unwisdom or sudden envy cause harm. The simple-hearted and affectionate girl, however, in her craving for sympathy, cannot resist the temptation to boast of her happiness to her sisters. She invites them to pass a day in her magnificent new home, and tells contradictory stories about her husband. Alas, they depart bitterly envious, and plotting to make her ruin her own joy out of fear and curiosity. "What are we to say, sister," said one to the other, "of the monstrous lies of that silly creature? At one time her husband is a young man, with the down just showing itself on his chin. At another he is of middle age, and his hair begins to be silvered with grey. You may depend upon it, sister, either the wretch has invented these lies to deceive us, or else she does not know herself how her husband looks. Whichever is the case, she must be deprived of these riches as soon as possible. And yet, if she is really ignorant of her husband's appearance, she must no doubt have married a god, and who knows what will happen? At all events, if, which heaven forbid, she does become the mother of a divine infant, I shall instantly hang myself. Meanwhile, let us return to our parents, and devise some scheme based on what we have just been saying." The sisters, thus inflamed with jealousy, called on their parents in a careless and disdainful manner, and after being kept awake all night by the turbulence of their spirits, made all haste at morning to the rock, whence, by the wonted assistance of the breeze, they descended swiftly to Psyche, and with tears squeezed out by rubbing their eyelids, thus craftily addressed her: "Happy indeed are you, and fortunate in your very ignorance of so heavy a misfortune! There you sit, without a thought of danger, while we, your sisters, who watch over your interests with the most vigilant care, are in anguish at your lost condition. For we have learned as truth, and as sharers in your sorrows and misfortunes cannot conceal it from you, that it is an enormous serpent gliding along in many folds and coils, with a neck swollen with deadly venom, and prodigious gaping jaws, that secretly sleeps with you by night. Remember the Pythian oracle. Besides, a great many of the husbandmen who hunt all round the country, and ever so many of the neighbours, have observed him returning home from his feeding-place in the evening. All declare, too, that he will not long continue to pamper you with delicacies, but will presently devour you. Will you listen to us, who are so anxious for your precious safety, and, avoiding death, live with us secure from danger, or die horribly? But if you are fascinated by your country home, or by the endearments of a serpent, we have at all events done our duty toward you, like affectionate sisters. Poor, simple, tender-hearted Psyche was aghast with horror at this dreadful story, and quite bereft of her senses, lost all remembrance of her husband's admonitions and of her own promises, and hurled herself headlong into the very abyss of calamity. Trembling, therefore, with pale and livid cheeks and an almost lifeless voice, she faltered out these broken words: "Dearest sisters, you have acted toward me as you ought, and with your usual affectionate care. And indeed it appears to me that those who gave you this information have not invented a falsehood. For in fact I have never yet beheld my husband's face, nor do I know at all whence he comes. I only hear him speak in an undertone by night, and have to bear with a husband of an unknown appearance, and one that has an utter aversion to the light of day. He may well, therefore, be some monster or other. Besides, he threatens some shocking misfortune as a consequence of indulging any curiosity to view his features. So, then, if you are able to give any aid to your sister in this perilous emergency, don't delay a moment." One of them replies: "Since the ties of blood oblige us to disregard peril when your safety is to be ensured, we will tell you the only means of safety. We have considered it over and over again. On that side of the bed where you are used to lie, conceal a very sharp razor, and also hide under the tapestry a lighted lamp, well trimmed and full of oil. Make these preparations with the utmost secrecy. After the monster has glided into bed as usual, when he is stretched out at length, fast asleep and breathing heavily, as you slide out of bed, go softly along with bare feet and on tiptoe, and bring out the lamp from its hiding place. Then, having the aid of its light, raise your right hand, bring down the weapon with all your might, and cut off the head of the creature at the neck. Then we will bring you away with all these things, and if you wish, will wed you to a human creature like yourself." They then depart, fearing for themselves if they are near when the catastrophe happens. But Psyche, now left alone, except so far as a person who is agitated by maddening furies is not alone, fluctuated in sorrow like a stormy sea. And though her purpose was fixed, and her heart was resolute when she first began to make preparations for the impious work, her mind now wavered and feared. She hurried, she procrastinated. Now she was bold, now tremulous, now dubious, now agitated by rage. And what was the most singular thing of all, in the same being she hated the beast and loved the husband. Nevertheless, as the evening drew to a close, she hurriedly prepared the instruments of her enterprise. The night came, and with it her husband. After he fell asleep, Psyche, to whose weak body and spirit the cruel influence of fate imparted unusual strength, uncovered the lamp and seized the knife with the courage of a man. But the instant she advanced, she beheld the very gentlest and sweetest of all creatures, even Cupid himself, the beautiful god of love, there fast asleep, at sight of whom The joyous flame of the lamp shone with redoubled vigor, and the sacrilegious dagger repented the keenness of its edge. But Psyche, losing the control of her senses, faint, deadly pale, and trembling all over, fell on her knees, and made an attempt to hide the blade in her own bosom. And this no doubt she would have done, had not the blade, dreading the commission of such a crime, glided out of her rash hand. And now, faint and unnerved as she was, she felt herself refreshed at heart by gazing upon the beauty of those divine features. She looked upon the genial locks of his golden head, teeming with ambrosial perfume, the circling curls that strayed over his milk-white neck and roseate cheeks, and fell gracefully entangled, some before and some behind, causing the very light of the lamp itself to flicker by their radiant splendor. On the shoulders of the god were dewy wings of brilliant whiteness, and though the pinions were at rest, yet the tender down that fringed the feathers wantoned to and fro in tremulous, unceasing play. The rest of his body was smooth and beautiful, and such as Venus could not have repented of giving birth to. At the foot of his bed lay his bow, his quiver, and his arrows, the auspicious weapons of the mighty god. While with insatiable wonder and curiosity Psyche is examining and admiring her husband's weapons, she draws one of the arrows out of the quiver, and touches the point with the tip of her thumb to try its sharpness. But happening to press too hard, for her hand still trembled, she punctured the skin, so that some tiny drops of rosy blood oozed forth. And thus did Psyche, without knowing it, fall in love with love. Then, burning more and more with desire for Cupid, gazing passionately on his face, and fondly kissing him again and again, her only fear was lest he should wake too soon. But while she hung over him, bewildered with delight so overpowering, the lamp, whether from treachery or baneful envy, or because it longed to touch and to kiss as it were so beautiful an object, spurted a drop of scalding oil from the summit of its flame upon the right shoulder of the god. The god, thus scorched, sprang from the bed, and seeing the disgraceful tokens of forfeited fidelity, started to fly away without a word from the eyes and arms of his most unhappy wife. But Psyche, the instant he arose, seized hold of his right leg with both hands, and hung on to him, a wretched appendage to his flight through the regions of the air, till at last her strength failed her, and she fell to the earth. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kattekliek. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 19. Selected Works by Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas, 1226 to 1274, by Edwin A. Pace. Thomas Aquinas, philosopher and theologian, was born in 1226 at or near Aquino, in southern Italy. He received his early training from the Benedictines of Monte Cassino. Tradition says he was a taciturn and seemingly dull boy, derisively nicknamed by his fellows the dumb ox, but admired by his teachers. He subsequently entered the University of Naples. While studying there he joined the Dominican order and was sent later on to Cologne, where he became a pupil of Albertus Magnus. In 1251 he went to Paris, took his degrees in theology, and began his career as a teacher in the university. His academic work there was continued with slight interruptions till 1261. The 11 years which followed were spent partly in Rome, where Thomas enjoyed the esteem of Urban IV. And Clement IV., and partly in the cities of northern Italy, which he visited in the interest of his order. During this period he produced the greatest of his works, and won such repute as a theologian that the leading universities made every effort to secure him as a teacher. He was appointed to a professorship at Naples, where he remained from 1272 until the early part of 1274. Summoned by Gregory X. to take part in the Council of Lyons, he set out on his journey northward, but was compelled by illness to stop at Fossa Nuova. Here he died, March 7th, 1274. He was canonized in 1323, and was proclaimed a Doctor of the Church by Pius V in 1567. These honors were merited by a remarkable combination of ability and virtue. To an absolute purity of life St. Thomas added an earnest love of truth and of labor. Calm in the midst of discussion, he was equally proof against the danger of brilliant success. As the friend of popes and princes, he might have attained the highest dignities, but these he steadfastly declined, devoting himself, so far as his duty permitted, to scientific pursuits. Judged by his writings, he was intense yet thoroughly objective, firm in his own position, but dispassionate in treating the opinion of others. Conclusions reached by daring speculation and faultless logic are stated simply, impersonally. Keen replies are given without bitterness, and the boldest efforts of reason are united with the submissiveness of faith. His works fill 25 large quarto volumes of the Parma edition. This is, so far, the most complete collection, though various portions have been edited from time to time with the commentaries of learned theologians like Cajetan and Sylvius. Partial translations have also been made into several modern languages, but as yet there is no complete English edition of St. Thomas. Turning to the Latin text, the student cannot but notice the contrast between the easy diction of modern philosophical writers and the rugged conciseness of the medieval schoolmen. On the other hand, disappointment awaits those who quit the pages of Cicero for the less elegant Latinity of the Middle Ages. What can be said in favor of scholastic style is that it expresses clearly and tersely the subtle shades of thought which had developed through 13 centuries, and which often necessitated the sacrifice of classic form. With the schoolmen, as with modern writers on scientific subjects, precision was the first requisite, and terminology was of more consequence than literary beauty. Similar standards must be kept in view when we pass judgment upon the technique of St. Thomas. In his presentation we find neither the eloquence nor the rhetoric of the Fathers. He quotes them continually, and in some of his works adopts their division into books and chapters, but his exposition is more compact, consisting at times of clear-cut arguments in series without an attempt at transition, at other times of sustained reasoning processes in which no phrase is superfluous and no word ambiguous. Elsewhere he uses the more rigid mold which was peculiar to the scholastic period and has been fashioned chiefly by Alexander Hales. Each subject is divided into so many questions, and each question into so many articles. The article begins with a statement of objections, then discusses various opinions, establishes the author's position, and closes with a solution of the difficulties which that position may encounter. This method had its advantages. It facilitated analysis and obliged the writer to examine every aspect of a problem. It secured breadth of view and thoroughness of treatment. It was especially a transparent medium for reason, unbiased by either sentiment or verbiage. If such qualities of style and presentation were encouraged by the environment in which Aquinas pursued his earlier studies, they were also helpful in the task which he chose as his life work. This was the construction of a system in which all the elements of knowledge should be harmoniously united. An undertaking so vast necessitated a long preparation, the study of all available sources, and the elucidation of many detailed problems. Hence, a considerable portion of St. Thomas's works is taken up with the explanation of Peter Lambert's Sententiae, with commentaries on Aristotle, with expositions of sacred scripture, collections from the Fathers, and various opuscula or studies on special subjects. Under the title Quaestiones Disputate, numerous problems in philosophy and theology are discussed at length, but the synthetic power of Aquinas is shown chiefly in the Contradientes and the Summa Theologica, the former being a defense of Christian belief with special reference to Arabian philosophy, and the latter a masterly compendium of rational and revealed truth. The conception of the Summa was not altogether original. From the earliest days of the Church, men of genius had insisted on the reasonableness of Christian belief by showing that, though supernatural in its origin, it did not conflict with either the facts or the laws of human knowledge. And as these had found their highest expression in Greek philosophy, it was natural that this philosophy should serve as a basis for elucidation of revealed truth. The early Fathers turned to Plato, not only because his teaching was so spiritual, but also because it could be so readily used as a framework for those theological concepts which Christianity had brought into the world. Thus adopted by men who were recognized authorities in the Church, especially men like Augustine and the Areopagite, Platonism endured for centuries as the rational element in dogmatic exposition. Scholasticism inaugurated a new era. Patristic erudition had gathered a wealth of theological knowledge which the schoolmen fully appreciated. But the same truths were to receive another setting and be treated by different methods. Speculation changed its direction, Aristotle taking the place of his master. The peripatetic system found able exponents in the earlier scholastics, but Aquinas surpassed them alike in the mastery of the philosopher's principles and in his application of these principles to Christian doctrine. His commentaries on Aristotle adhere strictly to the text, dissecting its meaning and throwing into relief the orderly sequence of ideas. In his other works he develops the germs of thought which he had gathered from the Stagirite, and makes them the groundwork for his philosophical and theological speculations. With the subtlety of a metaphysician, St. Thomas combined a vast erudition. Quotations from the Fathers appear on nearly every page of his writings, serving either as a keynote to the discussion which follows, or as an occasion for solving objections. Towards St. Augustine he shows the deepest reverence, though their methods differ so widely, and his brief but lucid comments throw light on difficult sayings of the great doctor. His familiarity with patristic theology is shown particularly in the Catena Aurea, where he links with passages from the sacred text numerous extracts from the older commentators. His respect for these interpretations did not prevent him from making a thorough search of Scripture itself. With characteristic clearness and depth he interpreted various books of the Bible, insisting chiefly on the doctrinal meaning. The best of his work in this line was devoted to the Pauline epistles and to the book of Job, but his mastery of each text is no less evident where he takes the authority of Scripture as the starting point in theological argument, or makes it the crowning evidence at the close of a philosophical demonstration. The materials gathered from philosophy, tradition, and Scripture were the fruit of analysis; the final synthesis had yet to be accomplished. This was the scope of the Summa Theologica, a work which, though it was not completed, is the greatest production of Thomas Aquinas. In the prologue he says: "Since the teacher of Catholic truth should instruct not only those who are advanced, but also those who are beginning, it is our purpose in this work to treat subjects pertaining to the Christian religion in a manner adapted to the instruction of beginners. For we have considered that young students encounter various obstacles in the writings of different authors, partly because of the multiplication of useless questions, articles, and arguments, partly because the essentials of knowledge are dealt with, not in scientific order, but according as the explanation of books required, or an occasion for disputing offered, partly because the frequent repetition of the same things begets weariness and confusion in the hearer's mind. Endeavoring therefore to avoid these defects and others of a like nature, we shall try with confidence in the divine assistance to treat of sacred science briefly and clearly, so far as the subject matter will allow. The work intended for novices in theology, and so unpretentiously opened, is then proportioned out in these words: Whereas the chief aim of this science is to impart a knowledge of God, not only as existing in Himself, but also as the origin and end of all things, and especially of rational creatures, we therefore shall treat first of God, second of the rational creature's tendency toward God, third of Christ, who as man is the way whereby we approach unto God. Concerning God we shall consider: 1. Those things which pertain to the Divine Essence; 2. Those which regard the distinction of persons; 3. Those which concern the origin of creatures from Him. As to the Divine Essence we shall inquire: 1. Whether God exists; 2. What is, or rather what is not, the manner of His existence; 3. How He acts through His knowledge, will, and power. Under the first heading we shall ask whether God's existence is self-evident, whether it can be demonstrated, and whether God does exist. Similar subdivisions precede each question as it comes up for discussion, so that the student is enabled to take a comprehensive view and perceive the bearing of one problem on another as well as its place in the wide domain of theology. As a consequence, those who are familiar with the Summa find in it an object lesson of breadth, proportion, and orderly thinking. Its chief merit, however, lies in the fact that it is the most complete and systematic exhibition of the harmony between reason and faith. In it, more than in any other of his works, is displayed the mind of its author. It determines his place in the history of thought, and closes what may be called the second period in the development of Christian theology. Scholasticism, the high point of intellectual activity in the Church, reached its culmination in Thomas Aquinas. His works have been a rich source of information for Catholic theologians, and his opinions have always commanded respect. The polemics of the 16th century brought about a change in theological methods, the positive and critical elements becoming more prominent. Modern rationalism, however, has intensified the discussion of those fundamental problems which St. Thomas handled so thoroughly. As his writings furnish both a forcible statement of the Catholic position and satisfactory replies to many current objections, the Thomistic system has recently been restored. The neo-scholastic movement was initiated by Leo XIII in his encyclical Aeterni Patris, dated August 4th, 1879, and its rapid growth has made Aquinas the model for Catholic thought in the 19th century, as he certainly was in the 13th. The subjoined extracts show his views on some questions of actual importance with regard not alone to medieval controversies, but to the problems of the universe, which will press on the minds of men 2500 years in the future as they did 2500 years in the past. On the value of our concepts of the Deity. Part 1 from the Summa Theologica. It is obvious that terms implying negation or intrinsic relation in no way signify the divine substance, but simply the removal of some attribute from him, or his relation with other beings, or rather the relation of other beings with him. As to appellations that are absolute and positive, such as good, wise, and the like, various opinions have been entertained. It was held by some that these terms, though used affirmatively, were in reality devised for the purpose of elimination, and not with the intent of positive attribution. Hence, they claimed, when we say that God is a living being, we mean that God's existence is not that of inanimate things, and so on for other predicates. This was the position of Rabbi Moses. According to another view, these terms are employed to denote a relation between God and creatures, so that for instance when we say "God is good," we mean God is the cause of goodness in all things. Both interpretations, however, are open to a threefold objection. For in the first place, neither can offer any explanation of the fact that certain terms are applied to the Deity in preference to others. As He is the source of all good, so He is the cause of all things corporeal. Consequently, if by affirming that God is good we merely imply that He is the cause of goodness, we might with equal reason assert that He is a corporeal being. Again, the inference from these positions would be that all terms applied to God have only a secondary import, such, for instance, as we give to the word healthy, as applied to medicine, whereby we signify that it is productive of health in the organism, while the organism itself is said, properly and primarily, to be healthy. In the third place, these interpretations distort the meaning of those who employ such terms in regard to the Deity. For when they declare that He is the living God, they certainly mean something else than that He is the cause of our life, or that He is different from inanimate bodies. We are obliged therefore to take another view, and to affirm that such terms denote the substantial nature of God, but that, at the same time, their representative force is deficient. They express the knowledge which our intellect has of God, and since this knowledge is gotten from created things, we know Him according to the measure in which creatures represent Him. Now God, absolutely and in all respects perfect, possesses every perfection that is found in His creatures. Each created thing, therefore, inasmuch as it has some perfection, resembles and manifests the Deity, not as a being of the same species or genus with itself, but as a supereminent source from which are derived its effects. They represent Him, in a word, just as the energy of the terrestrial elements represents the energy of the sun. Our manner of speech, therefore, denotes the substance of God, yet denotes it imperfectly, because creatures are imperfect manifestations of Him. When we say that God is good, we do not mean that He is the cause of goodness, or that He is not evil. Our meaning is this: what we call goodness in creatures pre-exists in God in a far higher way. Whence it follows not that God is good because He is the source of good, but rather, because He is good, He imparts goodness to all things else, as St. Augustine says, "Inasmuch as He is good, we are." How can the Absolute be a cause? From the Quaestiones Disputate. The relations which are spoken of an existing between God and creatures are not really in Him. A real relation is that which exists between two things. It is mutual or bilateral then only when its basis in both correlates is the same. Such is the case in all quantitative relations. Quantity being essentially the same in all quanta, gives rise to relations which are real in both terms: in the part, for instance, and in the whole, in the unit of measurement and in that which is measured. But where a relation originates in causation, as between that which is active and that which is passive, it does not always concern both terms. True, that which is acted upon, or set in motion, or produced, must be related to the source of these modifications, since every effect is dependent upon its cause; and it is equally true that such causes or agencies are in some cases related to their effects, namely, when the production of those effects redounds in some ways to the well-being of the cause itself. This is evidently what happens when like begets like, and thereby perpetuates, so far as may be, its own species. There are cases, nevertheless, in which a thing without being related has other things related to it. The cognizing subject is related to that which is the object of cognition, to a thing which is outside the mind. But the thing itself is in no way affected by this cognition, since the mental process is confined to the mind, and therefore does not bring about any change in the object. Hence the relation established by the act of knowing cannot be in that which is known. The same holds good of sensation. For though the physical object sets up changes in the sense organ, and is related to it as other physical agencies are related to the things on which they act, still the sensation implies, over and above the organic change, a subjective activity of which the external activity is altogether devoid. Likewise we say that a man is at the right of a pillar because, with his power of locomotion, he can take his stand at the right or the left, before or behind, above or below. But obviously these relations, vary them as we will, imply nothing in the stationary pillar, though they are real in the man who holds or changes his position. Once more, a coin has nothing to do with the action that gives it its value, since this action is a human convention, and the man is quite apart from the process which produces his image. Between a man and his portrait there is a relation, but this is real in the portrait only. Between the coin and its current value there is a relation, but this is not real in the coin. Now for the application. God's action is not to be understood as going out from him and terminating in that which he creates. His action is himself, consequently altogether apart from the genus of created things whereby the creature is related to him. And again he gains nothing by creating, or, as Avicenna puts it, his creative action is in the highest degree generous. It is also manifest that his action involves no modification of his being; without changing he causes the changeable. Consequently, though creatures are related to him, as effects to their cause, he is not really related to them. On the Production of Living Things. From the Quaestiones Disputate. According to Augustine, the passage "Let the earth bring forth the green herb" means not that plants were then actually produced in their proper nature, but that a germinative power was given the earth to produce plants by the work of propagation, so that the earth is then said to have brought forth the green herb and the fruit-yielding tree, inasmuch as it received the power of producing them. This position is strengthened by the authority of Scripture. Genesis 2, verse 4. These are the generations of the heaven and the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the heaven and the earth, and every plant in the field before it sprang up in the earth, and every herb in the ground before it grew. From this text we infer, first, that all the works of the 6 days were created in the day that God made heaven and earth, and every plant of the field; and consequently that all plants which are said to have been created on the 3rd day were produced at the same time that God created heaven and earth. The second inference is that plants were then produced not actually, but only according to causal virtues, in that the power to produce them was given to the earth. And this is meant when it is said that he produced every plant of the field before it actually arose upon the earth by his dispositive action, and every herb of the earth before it actually grew. Hence, before they came forth in reality, they were made causally in the earth. This view, moreover, is supported by reason. For in those first days God made the creature either in its cause, or in its origin, or in its actuality, by the works from which he afterward rested. He nevertheless works even till now in the administration of things created by the work of propagation. To this latter process belongs the actual production of plants from the earth, because all that is needed to bring them forth is the energy of the heavenly bodies as their father, so to say, and the power of the earth in place of a mother. Plants, therefore, were produced on the 3rd day, not actually, but causally. After the 6 days, however, they were actually brought forth, according to their proper species and in their proper nature, by the work of administration. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 20. Essay on the Arabian Nights by Richard Gottheil. The Arabian Nights, or more accurately, the Thousand Nights and a Night, Alf Layla wa Layla, have gained a popularity in Europe since they were first turned into a modern language by Galland in 1704, which rivals, if it does not exceed, their regard in the East. They opened up to Europe a wealth of anecdote, a fertility of daring fancy, which has not ceased to amuse and to interest. It is not their value as literature which has placed them so high in the popular esteem, both in the East and in the West, for they are written in a style not a little slovenly. The same scenes, figures, and expressions are repeated to monotony, and the poetical extracts which are interwoven are often of very uncertain excellence. Some of the modern translations, as by Payne and Burton, have improved upon the original, and have often given it a literary flavor which it certainly has not in the Arabic. For this reason, native historians and writers seldom range the stories in their literary chronicles, or even deign to mention them by name. The Nights have become popular from the very fact that they affect little, that they are contes pure and simple, picturing the men and manners of a certain time without any attempt to gloss over their faults or to excuse their foibles, so that "the doings of the ancients become a lesson to those that follow after, that men look upon the admonitory events that have happened to others and take warning." All classes of men are to be found there, Harun al Rashid and his viziers, as well as the baker, the cobbler, the merchant, the courtesan. The very coarseness is a part of the picture, though it strikes us more forcibly than it did those to whom the tales were told, and for whom they were written down. It is a kaleidoscope of the errors and failings and virtues of the men whose daily life it records. It is also a picture of the wonderfully rich fantasy of the Oriental mind. In the better texts, that is, of Bullock and Calcutta, there are no less than about 250 stories, some long, others short. There is no direct order in which they follow one upon the other. The chief story may at any moment suggest a subordinate one, and as the work proceeds, the looseness and disconnectedness of the parts increase. The whole is held together by a "frame," a device which has passed into the epic of Ariosto in Orlando Furioso, and which is not unlike that used by Boccaccio Decameron and Chaucer Canterbury Tales. This frame is, in short, a certain king of India, Shahryar, aroused by his wife's infidelity, determines to make an end of all the women in his kingdom. As often as he takes a wife, on the morrow he orders her slain. Shahrazad, the daughter of his vizier, takes upon herself the task of ridding the king of his evil intent. On the night of her marriage to the king, she, together with her sister Dunyazad, so engrosses his mind with her stories that the king seeks their continuance night after night. Thus she wards off her fate for nearly 3 years. At the end of that time she has borne the king 3 male children, and has, by the sprightliness of her mind, gradually drawn all the conceit out of him, so that his land is at rest. The tales told within this frame may be divided into (a) histories, or long romances, which are often founded upon historical facts; (b) anecdotes and short stories, which deal largely with the caliphs of the house of Abbas; (c) romantic fiction, which, though freely mingled with supernatural intervention, may also be purely fictitious contes fantastiques; (d) Fables and apologues. E. Tales which serve the teller as the peg upon which to hang and to exhibit his varied learning. In addition to this frame there is a thread running through the whole; for the grand theme, which is played with so many variations, is the picturing of love, in the palace and in the hovel, in the city and in the desert. The scenes are laid in all the four corners of the globe, but especially in the two great centers of Mohammedan activity, Baghdad and Cairo. It is not a matter of chance that Harun al Rashid is the caliph to whom the legends of the knights have given a crown so very different from the one which he really wore. Though his character was often far from that which is pictured here, he was still a patron of art and of literature. His time was the heyday of Mohammedan splendor, and his city was the metropolis to which the merchants and the scholars flocked from the length and breadth of Arab dominion. To unravel the literary history of such a collection is difficult indeed, for it has drawn upon all civilizations and all literatures. But since Hammer Purgstall and De Saussi began to unwind the skein, many additional turns have been given. The idea of the frame in general comes undoubtedly from India, and such stories as the Barber's Fifth Brother, the Prince and the Afrit's Mistress, have been traced back to the Hitopadesa, Panchatantra, and Katha Sarit Sagara. The story of the king, his seven viziers, his son, and his favorite is but a late version, through the Pahlavi, of the Indian Sindibad romance of the time of Alexander the Great. A number of fables are easily paralleled by those in the famous collection of Bidpai. This is probably true of the whole little collection of beast fables in the 146th Night, for such fables are based upon the different reincarnations of the Buddha and the doctrine of metempsychosis. The story of Jaliad and the Vizier Shammas is distinctly reported to have been translated from the Persian into Arabic. Even Greek sources have not been left untouched, if the picture of the cannibal in the adventures of Sinbad the Sailor be really a reflex of the story of Odysseus and Polyphemus. Arabic historians such as Tabari, Masudi, Kazwini, al-Yawzi, and the Kitab al-Afghani have furnished innumerable anecdotes and tales, while such old Arabic poets as Imr al-Qais, Alkama, Nabigah, etc., have contributed occasional verses. It is manifest that such a mass of tales and stories was not composed at any one time or in any one place. Many must have floated around in drinking rooms and in houses of revelry for a long time before they were put into one collection. Even to this day the story of Ali Baba is current among the Bedouins in Sinai. Whenever the digest was first made, it is certain that stories were added at a later time. This is evident from the divergences seen in the different manuscripts, and by the additional stories collected by Payne and Burton. But in their present form everything points to the final redaction of the Nights in Egypt. Of all the cities mentioned, Cairo is described the most minutely. The manners and customs of the Personi are those of Egyptian society, say from the 13th to the 16th century. For this we have the warrant of Mr. Lane, than whom no one is to be heard upon this subject with greater respect. That such stories as these were popular in Egypt seems to follow from the fact that the only mention of them is found in Makrisi's description of Cairo, year 1400, and in Abu al-Masin, another historian of Egypt, 1470. The collection cannot have been made later than 1548, the date placed by a reader on the manuscript used by Galland; but that its date is not much earlier is shown by various chance references. The mention of coffee, discovered in the 14th century; of cannon, first mentioned in Egypt in 1383; of the wearing of different colored garments by Muslims, Jews, and Christians, instituted in 1301 by Mohammed ibn Kallon; of the order of Carandelia, which did not exist until the 13th century; of Sultani peaches. The city Sultaniya was founded in the middle of the 13th century. Point to the 14th and 15th centuries as the approximate date of the final composition of the Nights. This is supported by the mention of the office of the Sheikh al Islam, an office not created before the year 1453. Additions, such as the story of Abu Kur and Abu Zer, were made as late as the 16th century, and tobacco, which is mentioned, was not introduced into Europe until the year 1560. The 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries are a period of the revival of letters in Egypt, which might well have induced some Arab lover of folklore to write down a complete copy of these tales. The Emperor Saladin, 1169, is the last historical personage mentioned, and there is absolutely no trace of Shiite heresy to be found in the whole collection. This omission would be impossible had they been gathered up at the time of the heretical Fatimid dynasty, 900 to 1171. But it seems equally certain that the Nights did not originate altogether in the land of the Nile. The figure of Harun al Rashid, the many doings in the City of Peace, Baghdad, lead us irresistibly over to the eastern capital of the Mohammedan Empire. The jinni and afrits and much of the gorgeous picturing remind one of Persia, or at least of Persian influence. The Arabs were largely indebted to Persia for literature of a kind like this, and we know that during the 9th and 10th centuries many books were translated from the Pahlavi and Syriac. Thus Ibn al-Mukaffa, 760, gave the Arabs the Kolanama, the Amirnama, Mirror of Princes, Kalilah, and Dimnan, etc. The historian Masudi, 943, expressly refers the story of the 1001 Nights to a Persian original. "The first who composed such tales and made use of them were the ancient Persians. The Arabs translated them and made others like them." He then continues and mentions the book Hezar Afsane, which means 1,000 tales, a book popularly called the 1001 Nights, and containing the story of the king and his vizier, and of his daughter Shirazad and her slave girl Dinazad. Other books of the same kind are the book of Simas, containing stories of Indian kings and viziers, the book of Sindibad, etc. A similar statement is made by Abu Yaqub al-Nadim, 987, in the Fihrist. "This book, Hezar Afsane, is said to have been written by the Princess Homai or Homain, daughter of Bahman. It comprises 1,000 nights, but less than 200 stories, for a night story often was related in a number of nights. I have seen it many times complete, but it is in truth a meager and uninteresting publication." A translation of the Hezar Afsane was made into Arabic, and it is again mentioned in the middle of the 12th century by Abdulek al-Hazrahi, but neither it nor the original Pahlavi has yet been found. It thus remains a matter of speculation as to how much of the Hezar Afsane has found its way into the Nights. It is evident that to it they are indebted for the whole general idea, for many of the principal names, and probably for the groundwork of a great many of the stories. The change of the title from the 1000 to the 1001 is due to the fact that the Arabs often expressed a large number by this second cipher. But the Nights cannot be a translation from the Persian, for the other two books mentioned by Masudi are in the Arabic collection. Lane supposes the relationship to be that of the Aeneid to the Odyssey. but it is probably closer. 1/5 of the collection, which, according to Payne, is common to all manuscripts, will doubtless be found to be based on the Pahlavi original. That the dependence is not greater is evident from the absence of the great heroes of the Persian epos, Feridun, Zer, Isfandiyar, etc. The heroes are all Arabs. The life depicted is wholly Arabic. The original Persian knights must be quite old. Homai, the Persian Semiramis, is mentioned in the Avesta, and in Firdausi she is the daughter and wife of Artaxerxes Longimanus, B.C. 465 425. Her mother was a Jewess Shahrazad, one of the captives brought from Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar. She afterward delivered her nation from captivity. Tabari calls Esther, of Old Testament fame, the mother of Bahman, and Professor de Goeje has cleverly identified the Homai of the old Knights not only with Shahrazad of the Arabian, but also with Esther of the Bible. That his argument holds good is seen from its acceptance by Koenen, August Müller, and Amesteto. The best translations of the Knights have been made by Antoine Galland in French, 12 volumes, Paris, 1704 1712. By G. Weil in German, 4 volumes, 1838 1842. And in English by E. W. Lane, 3 volumes, 1839 1841. John Payne, 13 volumes, 1882 1884, and Richard Burton, 16 volumes, 1885 1888. Lane's and Burton's translations are enriched by copious notes of great value. End of section 20. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011.
Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn in Istanbul, Turkey. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 21. The Story of the City of Brass, from The Arabian Nights. Part of Nights 566 and 578. Translation by E. W. Lane. There was, in olden time, and in an ancient age and period, in Damascus of Syria, a king, one of the caliphs, named Abd al-Melik, the son of Marwan, and he was sitting, one day, having with him the great men of his empire, consisting of kings and sultans, when a discussion took place among them respecting the traditions of former nations. They called to mind the stories of our Lord Suleiman, the son of Daoud, on both of whom be peace, and the dominion and authority which God, whose name be exalted, had bestowed upon him, over mankind and the jinn, and the birds, and the wild beasts, and other things. And they said, We have heard from those who were before us, that God, whose perfection be extolled and whose name be exalted, bestowed not upon any one the like of that which he bestowed upon our Lord Suleiman, and that he attained to that which none other attained, so that he used to imprison the jinn and the marids and the devils in bottles of brass, and pour molten lead over them, and seal this cover over them with his signet. And the Prince of the Faithful, Abd al-Melik, the son of Marwan, wondered at these words, and said, Extolled be the perfection of God, Suleiman was endowed with a mighty dominion. And among those who were present in that assembly was Enfabiga et Dubianne, and he said, Talib has spoken truth in that which he has related, and the proof of this veracity is in the saying of the wise, the first, thus versified. And consider, Suleiman, when the deity said to him, Perform the office of Caliphate, and govern with diligence, and whoso obeyeth thee, honor him for doing so, and whoso disobeyeth thee, imprison him for ever. He used to put them into bottles of brass, and to cast them into the sea. And the Prince of the Faithful approved of these words, and said, By Allah, I desire to see some of these bottles. So Talib the son of Sal replied, O Prince of the Faithful, thou art able to do so, and yet remain in thy country. Send to thy brother Abd el Aziz, the son of Marwan, desiring him to bring them to thee from the western country, that he may write orders to Musa to journey from the western country to this mountain which we have mentioned, and to bring thee what thou desirest of these bottles. For the furthest tract of his province is adjacent to the mountain. And the Prince of the Faithful approved of his advice, and said, O Talib, thou hast spoken truth in that which thou hast said, and I desire that thou be my messenger to Musa, the son of Nusair, for this purpose, and thou shalt have a white ensign, together with what thou shalt desire of wealth or dignity or other things, and I will be thy substitute to take care of thy family. To this Talib replied, Most willingly, O Prince of the Faithful. And the Caliph said to him, Go in dependence on the blessings of God and His aid. So Talib went forth on his way to Egypt, and to Upper Egypt, until they came to the Emir Musa, the son of Nusair. And when he knew of his approach, he went forth to him and met him, and rejoiced at his arrival, and Talib handed to him the letter. So he took it and read it, and understood its meaning, and he put it upon his head, saying, I hear and obey the command of the Prince of the Faithful. He determined to summon his great man, and they presented themselves, and he inquired of them respecting that which had been made known to him by the letter, whereupon they said, O Emir, if thou desire him who will guide thee to that place, have recourse to the Shaykh Abd es-Samad, the son of Abd el-Quddus es-Samode, for he is a knowing man, and hath travelled much, and he is acquainted with the deserts and the wastes and the seas, and their inhabitants and their wonders, and the countries of their districts. Have recourse therefore to him, and he will direct thee to the object of thy desire. Accordingly he gave orders to bring him, and he came before him, and lo, he was a very old man, whom the vicissitudes of years and times had rendered decrepit. The Emir Musa saluted him, and said to him, O Shaykh Abd es-Samad, our Lord the Prince of the Faithful, Abd el-Malik the son of Marwan, hath commanded us thus and thus, and I possess little knowledge of that land, and it hath been told me that thou art acquainted with that country and the routes. Hast thou then a wish to accomplish the affair of the Prince of the Faithful? The Shaykh replied, Know, O Emir, that this route is difficult, far extending, with few tracks. The Emir said to him, How long a period does it require? He answered, It is a journey of 2 years and some months going, and the like returning, and on the way are difficulties and horrors, and extraordinary and wonderful things. Moreover, thou art a warrior for the defense of the faith, and our country is near unto the enemy, so perhaps the Christians may come forth during our absence. It is expedient, therefore, that thou leave in thy province one to govern it. He replied, Well. And he left his son Harun as his substitute in his province, extracted an oath of fidelity to him, and commanded the troops that they should not oppose him, but to obey him in all that he should order them to do. And they heard his words and obeyed him. His son Harun was of great courage, an illustrious hero, and a bold champion, and the Shaykh Abd es-Samad pretended to him that the place in which were the things that the Prince of the Faithful desired was 4 months' journey distant, on the shore of the sea, and that throughout the whole route were halting places, adjacent to one another, and grass and springs. And he said, God will assuredly make this affair easy to us through the blessings attendant upon thee, O Viceroy of the Prince of the Faithful. Then the Emir Musa said, Knowest thou if any of the kings have trodden this land before us? He answered him, Yes, O Emir, this land belonged to the king of Alexandria, Darius the Greek. The cavalcade fare on, and soon reached a first extraordinary and wonderful thing, the palace tomb of the great Kush, the son of Shaddad, full of impressive mortuary inscriptions that set the party all weeping. Thence the soldiers proceeded, with the Shaykh Abd Samad before them, showing them the way, until all the first day had passed, and the second, and the third. They then came to a high hill, at which they looked, and lo! upon it was a horseman of brass, on the top of whose spear was a white and glistening head that almost deprived the beholder of sight, and on it was inscribed, O thou who comest unto me, if thou know not the way that leads to the city of brass, rub the hand of the horseman, and he will turn, and then will stop, and in whatsoever direction he stoppeth, thither proceed, without fear and without difficulty, for it will lead thee to the city of brass. And when the Emir Musa had rubbed the hand of the horseman, it turned like the blinding lightning, and faced a different direction from that in which they were travelling. The party therefore turned thither, and journeyed on, and it was the right way. They took that route, and continued their course the same day and the next night, until they had traversed a wide tract of country. And as they were proceeding, one day, they came to a pillar of black stone, wherein was a person sunk to his armpits, and he had 2 huge wings, and 4 arms, 2 of them like those of the sons of Adam, and 2 like the forelegs of lions, with claws. He had hair upon his head like the tails of horses, and 2 eyes like 2 burning coals, and he had a third eye in his forehead like the eye of the lynx, from which there appeared sparks of fire. He was black and tall, and he was crying out, Extolled be the perfection of my Lord, who has appointed me this severe affliction and painful torture until the day of resurrection. When the party beheld him, their reason fled from them, and they were stupefied at the sight of his form, and retreated in flight. And the Emir Musa said to the Shaykh Abd Samad, What is this? He answered, I know not what he is. And the Emir said, Draw near to him, and investigate his case. Perhaps he will discover it, and perhaps thou wilt learn his history. The Shaykh Abd Samad replied, May God amend the state of the Emir. Verily we fear him. Fear ye not, rejoined the Emir, for he is withheld from injuring you and others by the state in which he is. So the Shaykh Abd Samad drew near to him, and said to him, O thou person, what is thy name, and what is thy nature, and what hath placed thee here in this manner? And he answered him, As to me, I am an Ifrit of the Jinn, and my name is Dahish, the son of El-Amash, and I am restrained here by the Majesty, confined by the power of God, tormented as long as God, to whom be ascribed might and glory, willeth. Then the Emir Musa said, O Shaykh Abd Samad, ask him what is the cause of his confinement in this pillar. He therefore asked respecting that, and the Ifrit answered him, Verily my story is wonderful, and it is this. The evil spirit narrates to them his history, being part of the famous war between Solomon and the Jinn. The party therefore wondered at him, and at the horrible nature of his form, and the Emir Musa said, There is no deity but God. Sulayman was endowed with a mighty dominion. And the Shaykh Abd Samad said to the Ifrit, O thou, I ask thee concerning a thing of which do thou inform us. And the Ifrit replied, Ask concerning what thou wilt. And the Shaykh said, Are there in this place any of the Ifrits confined in bottles of brass from the time of Sulayman, on whom be peace? He answered, Yes, in the sea of El-Karkar, where there are people of the descendants of Nuh, on whom be peace, whose country the deluge reached not, and they are separated there from the rest of the sons of Adam. And where, said the Shaykh, is the way to the city of brass, and the place wherein are the bottles? What distance is there between us and it? The Ifrit answered, It is near. So the party left him and proceeded, and there appeared to them a great black object, with 2 seeming fires corresponding with each other in position, in the distance, in that black object. Whereupon the Emir Musa said to the Shaykh, What is this great black object, and what are these 2 corresponding fires? The guide answered him, Be rejoiced, O Emir, for this is the city of brass, and this is the appearance of it that I find described in the Book of Hidden Treasures, that its wall is of black stones, and it has 2 towers of brass of El Andalus, which the beholder seeth resembling 2 corresponding fires, and thence it is named the city of brass. They ceased not to proceed until they arrived at it, and lo, it was lofty, strongly fortified, rising high into the air, impenetrable. The height of its walls was 80 cubits, and it had 25 gates, none of which could open but by means of some artifice, and there was not one gate to it that had not within the city one like it. Such was the beauty of construction and architecture of the city. They stopped before it and endeavored to discover one of its gates, but they could not, and the Emir Musa said to the Shaykh, Abd es-Samad, O Shaykh, I see not to the city any gate. The Shaykh replied, O Emir, thus do I find it described in the Book of Hidden Treasures, that it hath 25 gates, and that none of its gates may be opened but from within the city. And how, said the Emir, can we contrive to enter it, and divert ourselves with a view of its wonders? Then the Emir Musa ordered one of his young men to mount a camel and ride around the city, in the hope that he might discover a trace of a gate, or a place lower than that to which they were opposite. So one of his young men mounted, and proceeded around it for 2 days with their nights, prosecuting his journey with diligence, and not resting, and when the 3rd day arrived, he came in sight of his companions, and he was astounded at that which he beheld of the extent of the city and its height. Then he said, O Emir, the easiest place in it is this place at which ye have alighted. And thereupon the Emir Musa took Talib the son of Sal, and the Shaykh Abd es-Samad, and they ascended a mountain opposite the city, and overlooking it. And when they had ascended that mountain, they saw a city than which eyes had not beheld any greater. Its pavilions were lofty, and its domes were shining, its mansions were in good condition, and its rivers were running, its trees were fruitful, and its gardens bore ripe produce. It was a city with impenetrable gates, empty, still, without a voice or a cheering inhabitant, but the owl hooting in its quarters, and birds skimming in circles in its areas, and the raven croaking in its districts and its great thoroughfare streets, and bewailing those who had been in it. The Emir Musa paused, sorrowing for its being devoid of inhabitants, and its being despoiled of people and dwellers. And he said, Extolled be the perfection of him who ages and times change not, the creator of the creation by his power. And while he was extolling the perfection of God, to whom be ascribed might and glory, he happened to look aside, and lo, there were 7 tablets of white marble appearing from a distance. So he approached them, and behold, they were sculptured and inscribed, and he ordered that their writing should be read. Therefore the Shaykh Abd es-Samad advanced, and examined them, and read them, and they contained admonition, and matter for example and restraint, unto those endowed with faculties of discernment. Upon the first tablet was inscribed, in the ancient Greek character, O son of Adam, how heedless art thou of the case of him who hath been before thee! Thy years and age have diverted thee from considering him. Knowest thou not that the cup of death will be filled for thee, and that in short time thou wilt drink it? Look then to thyself before entering thy grave. Where are those who possessed the countries and abased the servants of God and led armies? Death has come upon them. And God is the terminator of delights and the separator of companions, and the devastator of flourishing dwellings. So he hath transported them from the amplitude of palaces to the straightness of the graves. And in the lower part of the tablet were inscribed these verses: Where are the kings and the peoples of the earth? They have quitted that which they have built and peopled, and in the grave they are pledged for their past actions. There, after destruction, they have become putrid corpses. Where are the troops? They repelled not, nor profited. And where is that which they have collected and hoarded? The decree of the Lord of the throne surprised them, neither riches nor refuge saved them from it. And the Emir Musa fainted, His tears ran down upon his cheeks, and he said, By Allah, indifference to the world is the most appropriate and the most sure course. Then he caused an inkhorn and a paper to be brought, and he wrote the inscription of the first tablet, after which he drew near to the second tablet, and the third, and the fourth, and having copied what was inscribed upon them, he descended from the mountain, and the world had been pictured before his eyes. And when he came back to the troops, they passed the day devising means of entering the city, and the Emir Musa said to his vizier, Talib the son of Sal, and to those of his chief officers who were around him, How shall we contrive to enter the city, that we may see its wonders? Perhaps we shall find in it something by which we may ingratiate ourselves with the Prince of the Faithful. Talib the son of Sal replied, May God continue the prosperity of the Emir. Let us make a ladder, and mount upon it, and perhaps we shall gain access to the gate from within. And the Emir said, This is what occurred to my mind, and excellent is the advice. Then he called to the carpenters and blacksmiths, and ordered them to make straight some pieces of wood, and to construct a ladder covered with plates of iron. And they did so, and made it strong. They employed themselves in constructing it a whole month, and many men were occupied in making it. And they set it up and fixed it against the wall, and it proved to be equal to the wall in height, as though it had been made for it before that day. So the Emir Musa wondered at it, and said, God bless you. It seemeth, from the excellence of your work, as though ye had adapted it by measurement to the wall. He then said to the people, Which of you will ascend this ladder, and mount upon the wall, and walk along it, and contrive means of descending into the city, that he may see how the case is, and then inform us of the mode of opening the gate? And one of them answered, I will ascend it, O Emir, and descend and open the gate. The Emir therefore replied, Mount, God bless thee. Accordingly, the man ascended the ladder until he reached the top of it, when he stood and fixed his eyes towards the city, clapped his hands, and cried out with his loudest voice, saying, Thou art beautiful! Then he cast himself down into the city, and his flesh became mashed with his bones. So the Emir Musa said, This is the action of the rational. How then will the insane act? If we do thus with all our companions, there will not remain of them one, and we shall be unable to accomplish our affair, and the affair of the Prince of the Faithful. Depart ye, for we have no concern with this city. But one of them said, Perhaps another than this may be more steady than he. And a second ascended, and a third, and a fourth, and a fifth, and they ceased not to ascend by that ladder to the top of the wall, one after another, until 12 men of them had gone, acting as acted the first. Therefore the Shaykh Abd Samad said, There is none for this affair but myself, and the experienced is not like the inexperienced. But the Emir Musa said to him, Thou shalt not do that, nor will I allow thee to ascend to the top of this wall, for shouldst thou die, thou wouldst be the cause of the death of all of us, and there would not remain of us one, since thou art the guide of the party. The Shaykh, however, replied, Perhaps the object will be accomplished by my means, through the will of God, whose name be exalted. And thereupon all the people agreed to his ascending. Then the Shaykh Abd Samad arose, and encouraged himself, and having said, In the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful, he ascended the ladder, repeating the praises of God, whose name be exalted, and reciting the verses of safety, until he reached the top of the wall, when he clapped his hands, and fixed his eyes. The people therefore all called out to him, and said, O Shaykh Abd Samad, do it not, and cast not thyself down. And they said, Verily to God we belong, and verily unto him we return. If the Shaykh Abd Samad fall, we all perish. Then the Shaykh Abd Samad laughed immoderately, and sat a long time repeating the praises of God, whose name be exalted, and reciting the verses of safety, after which he rose with energy, and called out with his loudest voice, O Emir, no harm shall befall you, for God, to whom be ascribed might and glory, hath averted from me the effect of the artifice and fraudulence of the devil, through the blessing resulting from the utterance of the words, In the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful. So the Emir said to him, What hast thou seen, O Shaykh? He answered, When I reached the top of the wall, I beheld 10 damsels, like moons, who made a sign with their hands as though they would say, come to us. And it seemed to me that beneath me was a sea or great river of water, whereupon I desired to cast myself down, as our companions did, but I beheld them dead, so I withheld myself from them, and recited some words of the Book of God, whose name be exalted, whereupon God averted from me the influence of those damsels' artifice, and they departed from me, whereupon I cast not myself down, and God repelled from me the effect of their artifice and enchantment. There is no doubt that this is an enchantment and an artifice which the people of this city contrived in order to repel from it every one who should desire to look down upon it, and wish to obtain access to it, and these our companions are laid dead. He then walked along the wall till he came to the two towers of brass, when he saw that they had two gates of gold, without locks upon them, or any sign of the means of opening them. Therefore the sheykh paused as long as God willed, and, looking attentively, he saw in the middle of one of the gates a figure of a horseman of brass, having one hand extended, as though he were pointing with it, and on it was an inscription, which the sheykh read, and lo, it contained these words: Turn the pin that is in the middle of the front of the horseman's body 12 times, and then the gate will open. So he examined the horseman, and in the middle of the front of his body was a pin, strong, firm, well fixed, and he turned it 12 times, whereupon the gate opened immediately, with a noise like thunder, and the sheykh Abd Es Samad entered. He was a learned man, acquainted with all languages and characters, and he walked on until he entered a long passage, whence he descended some steps, and he found a place with handsome wooden benches, on which were people dead, and over their heads were elegant shields, and keen swords, and strong bows, and notched arrows. And behind the next gate were a bar of iron, and barricades of wood, and locks of delicate fabric, and strong apparatus. Upon this the sheykh said within himself, Perhaps the keys are with these people. Then he looked, and lo, there was a sheykh who appeared to be the oldest of them, and he was upon a high wooden bench among the dead men. So the sheykh Abd Es Samad said, May not the keys of the city be with this sheykh? Perhaps he was the gatekeeper of the city, and these were under his authority. He therefore drew near to him, and lifted up his garments, and lo, the keys were hung to his waist. At the sight of them, the sheykh Abd Es Samad rejoiced exceedingly. His reason almost fled from him in the consequence of his joy, and he took the keys, approached the gate, opened the locks, and pulled the gate and the barricades and other apparatus, which opened, and the gate also opened with a noise like thunder, by reason of its greatness and terribleness, and the enormousness of its apparatus. Upon this, the sheykh exclaimed, God is most great! And the people made the same exclamation with him, rejoicing at the event. The Emir Musa also rejoiced at the safety of the sheykh Abd Es Samad, and at the opening of the gate of the city. The people thanked the sheykh for that which he had done, and all the troops hastened to enter the gate. But the Emir Musa cried out to them, saying to them, O people, if all of us enter, we shall not be secure from some accident that may happen. Half shall enter, and half shall remain behind. The Emir Musa then entered the gate, and with him half of the people, who bore their weapons of war. And the party saw their companions lying dead, so they buried them. They saw also the gatekeepers and servants and chamberlains and lieutenants lying upon beds of silk, all of them dead. And they entered the market of the city, and beheld a great market, with lofty buildings, none of which projected beyond another. The shops were open, and the scales hung up, and the utensils of brass ranged in order, and the khans were full of all kinds of goods. And they saw the merchants dead in their shops, their skins were dried, and their bones were carious, and they had become examples to him who would be admonished. They saw likewise 4 markets of particular shops filled with wealth, and they left this place, and passed on to the silk market, in which were silks and brocades interwoven with red gold and white silver upon various colors, and the owners were dead, lying upon skins, and appearing almost as though they would speak. Leaving these, they went on to the market of jewels and pearls and jacinths, and they left it, and passed on to the markets of the money changers, whom they found dead, with varieties of silks beneath them, and their shops were filled with gold and silver. These they left, and they proceeded to the markets of the perfumes, and lo, their shops were filled with varieties of perfumes, and bags of musk, and ambergris, and aloes wood, and Ned, and camphor, and other things, and the owners were all dead, not having with them any food. And when they went forth from the market of the perfumes, they found near unto it a palace, decorated and strongly constructed, and they entered it, and found banners unfurled, and drawn swords, and strong bows, and shields hung up by chains of gold and silver, and helmets gilded with red gold. And in the passages of that palace were benches of ivory, ornamented with plates of brilliant gold, and with silk, on which were men whose skins had dried upon the bones. The ignorant would imagine them to be sleeping, but, from the want of food, they had died, and tasted mortality. Upon this the Emir Musa paused, extolling the perfection of God, whose name be exalted, and his holiness, and contemplating the beauty of that palace. They find the palace a marvel of splendor, but as awfully silent and mausoleum-like as the rest of the city, and soon reach a magnificent hall in which lies the dead body of Jedmur, the daughter of the king of the Amalekites, magnificently laid in state, and magically preserved and protected. Talib unwisely and covetously attempts to rob the corpse of jewels, and is instantly beheaded by its enchanted guards. The Emir Mossa and the sage Abd es Samad, however, leave the place in safety, return to Upper Egypt and Syria by way of the country of the blacks, succeed in securing 12 of the wonderful bottles containing gin, and the tale concludes with the Emir Mossa's resignation of his throne, that he may die in Jerusalem, so profoundly has he been affected by the adventure. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 22. The History of King Omar ben Ennuman and his sons Sharrkan and Zulmekan, from the Arabian Nights. Nights 15, 16, 17, and 18. Translation of Professor John Payne. The Meeting of Prince Sharrkan and Princess Abrize. There reigned once in the city of peace, Baghdad, before the caliphate of Abdulmelik ben Marwan, a king called Omar ben Ennuman, who was of the mighty giants, and had subdued the kings of Persia and the emperors of the East, for none could warm himself at his fire, nor cope with him in battle. And when he was angry, there came sparks out of his nostrils. He had gotten him dominion over all countries, and God had subjected unto him all creatures. His commands were obeyed in all the great cities, and his armies penetrated the most distant lands. The East and West came under his rule, with the regions between them, Hind and Sind and China and Hijaz and Yemen, and the islands of India in China, Syria and Mesopotamia, and the lands of the blacks, and the islands of the ocean, and all the famous rivers of the earth, Jaxartes and Bactris, and Nile and Euphrates. He sent his ambassadors to the farthest parts of the earth to fetch him true report, and they returned with tidings of justice and peace, bringing him assurance of loyalty and obedience, and invocations of blessings on his head. For he was a right noble king, and there came to him gifts and tribute from all parts of the world. He had a son called Sharrkan, who was one of the prodigies of the age, and the likest of all men to his father, who loved him with an exceeding love, and had appointed him to be king after him. The prince grew up till he reached man's estate and was 20 years old, and God subjected all men to him, for he was gifted with great might and prowess in battle, humbling the champions and destroying all who made head against him. So before long this Sharrkan became famous in all quarters of the world, and his father rejoiced in him, and his might waxed till he passed all bounds, and magnified himself, taking by storm the citadels and strong places. The prince, being sent to assist King Afridun of the Greeks against an enemy, is entrusted with an army of 10,000 soldiers, and leaves Baghdad in military state. They then loaded the beasts and beat the drums and blew the clarions and unfurled the banners and the standards, whilst Sharrkan mounted, with the Vizier Dendan by his side, and the standards waving over them. And the army set out and fared on with the Greek ambassadors in the van till the day departed and the night came, when they halted and encamped for the night. On the morrow, as soon as God brought in the day, they took horse and continued their march, nor did they cease to press onward, guided by the ambassadors, for the space of 20 days. On the 21st day, at nightfall, they came to a wide and fertile valley, whose sides were thickly wooded and covered with grass, and there Sharrkan called a 3 days' halt. So they dismounted and pitched their tents, dispersing right and left in the valley, whilst the Vizier Dendan and the ambassadors alighted in the midst. As for Sharrkan, when he had seen the tents pitched and the troops dispersed on either side, and had commanded his officers and attendants to camp beside the Vizier Dendan, he gave reins to his horse, being minded to explore the valley, and himself to mount guard over the army, having regard to his father's injunctions, and to the fact that they had reached the frontier of the land of Rum, and were now in the enemy's country. So he rode on alone along the valley till a 4th part of the night was past, when he grew weary and sleep overcame him, so that he could no longer spur his horse. Now he was used to sleep on horseback, so when drowsiness got the better of him, he fell asleep, and the horse paced on with him half the night and entered a forest. But Sharrkan awoke not till the steed smote the earth with his hoof. Then he started from sleep and found himself among trees, and the moon arose and lighted the 2 horizons. He was troubled at finding himself alone in this place, and spoke the words which whoso says shall never be confounded, that is to say, "There is no power and no virtue but in God, the Most High, the Supreme." But as he rode on, in fear of the wild beasts, behold, the trees thinned out, and the moon shone out upon a meadow, as it were one of the meads of Paradise, and he heard therein the noise of talk and pleasant laughter, such as ravishes the wit of men. So King Sharrkan dismounted and, tying his horse to a tree, fared on a little further, till he espied a stream of running water and heard a woman talking and saying in Arabic, "By the virtue of the Messiah, this is not handsome of you; but whoso speaks the word, I will throw her down and bind her with her girdle." He followed in the direction of the voice and saw gazelles frisking and wild cattle pasturing, and birds in their various voices expressing joy and gladness. and the earth was embroidered with all manner flowers and green herbs, even as says of it the poet in the following verses: Earth has no fairer sight to show than this its blossom time, with all the gently running streams that wander o'er its face. It is indeed the handiwork of God omnipotent, the Lord of every noble gift and giver of all grace. Midmost the meadow stood a monastery, and within the enclosure a citadel that rose high into the air in the light of the moon. The stream passed through the midst of the monastery, and thenigh sat 10 damsels like moons, high-bosomed maids, clad in dresses and ornaments that dazzled the eyes, as says of them the poet: The meadow glitters with the troops of lovely ones that wander there. Its grace and beauty doubled are by these that are so passing fair. Virgins that with their swimming gait the hearts of all that see ensnare, along whose necks, like trails of grapes, stream down the tresses of their hair. Proudly they walk, with eyes that dart the shafts and arrows of despair, and all the champions of the world are slain by their seductive air. Sharrkan looked at the 10 girls and saw in their midst a lady like the moon at its full, with ringleted and shining forehead, great black eyes, and curling brow locks, perfect in person and attributes, as says the poet: Her beauty beamed on me with glances wonder bright. The slender Syrian spears are not so straight and slight. She laid her veil aside, and lo, her cheeks rose red. All manner of loveliness was in their sweetest sight. The locks that o'er her brow fell down were like the night, from out of which there shines a morning of delight. Then Sharrkan heard her say to the girls, Come on, that I may wrestle with you ere the moon set and the dawn come. So they came up to her one after another, and she overthrew them one by one and bound their hands behind them with their girdles. When she had thrown them all, there turned to her an old woman who was before her and said, as if she were wroth with her, O shameless, dost thou glory in overthrowing these girls? Behold, I am an old woman, yet have I thrown them 40 times. So what hast thou to boast of? But if thou have strength to wrestle with me, stand up that I may grip thee and put thy head between thy feet. The young lady smiled at her words, although her heart was full of anger against her, and said, O my lady Dat ed Dawahi, wilt indeed wrestle with me, or dost thou jest with me? I mean to wrestle with thee in very deed, replied she. Stand up to me then, said the damsel, if thou have strength to do so. When the old woman heard this, she was sore enraged, and her hair stood on end like that of a hedgehog. Then she sprang up whilst the damsel confronted her, and they took hold of one another, whilst Sharrkan raised his eyes to heaven and prayed to God that the damsel might conquer the old hag. Presently the old woman strove to free herself, and in the struggle wriggled out of the girl's hands and fell on her back. And behold, the young lady, throwing over her a veil of fine silk, helped her to dress herself, making excuses to her and saying, O my lady Dat ed Dawahi, I did not mean to throw thee so roughly, but thou wrigglest out of my hands, so praised be God for safety. She returned her no answer, but rose in her confusion and walked away out of sight, leaving the young lady standing alone, by the other girls thrown down and bound. Then said Sharrkan, To every fortune there is a cause. Sleep fell not on me, nor did the steed bear me hither but for my good fortune. For of a surety this damsel and what is with her shall be my prize." So he turned back and mounted and drew his scimitar. Then he gave his horse the spur and he started off with him like an arrow from a bow, whilst he brandished his naked blade and cried out, "God is most great!" When the damsel saw him, she sprang to her feet and running to the bank of the river, which was there 6 cubits wide, made a spring and landed on the other side, where she turned and standing cried out in a loud voice, "Who art thou, sirrah, that breakest in on our pasture as if thou wert charging an army? Whence comest thou, and whither art thou bound? Speak the truth, and it shall profit thee, and do not lie, for lying is of the Losels fashion. Doubtless thou hast strayed this night from thy road, that thou hast happened on this place. So tell me what thou seekest. If thou wouldst have us set thee in the right road, we will do so, or if thou seek help, we will help thee." When Sharrkan heard her words, he replied, "I am a stranger of the Moslems, who am come out by myself in quest of booty, and I have found no fairer purchase this moonlit night than these 10 damsels; so I will take them and rejoin my comrades with them." Quoth she, "I would have thee to know that thou hast not yet come at the booty; and as for these 10 damsels, by Allah, they are no purchase for thee. Indeed, the fairest purchase thou canst look for is to win free of this place; for thou art in a mead where, if we gave one cry, there would be with us anon 4,000 knights. Did I not tell thee that lying is shameful?" And he said, "The fortunate man is he to whom God sufficeth, and who hath no need of other than him." "By the virtue of the Messiah," replied she, "did I not fear to have thy death at my hand, I would give a cry that would fill the meadow on thee, with horse and foot. But I have pity on the stranger. So, if thou seek booty, I require of thee that thou dismount from thy horse and swear to me by thy faith that thou wilt not approach me with aught of arms, and we will wrestle, I and thou. If thou throw me, lay me on thy horse and take all of us to thy booty; and if I throw thee, thou shalt be at my commandment. Swear this to me, for I fear thy perfidy, since experience has it that as long as perfidy is in men's natures, to trust in every one is weakness. But if thou wilt swear, I will come over to thee." Quoth Sharrkan, "Impose on me whatever oath thou deemest binding, and I will swear not to draw near thee until thou hast made thy preparations, and sayest, 'Come wrestle with me.' If thou throw me, I have wealth wherewith to ransom myself; and if I throw thee, I shall get fine purchase." Then said she, "Swear to me by Him who hath lodged the soul in the body and given laws to mankind, that thou wilt not hurt me with aught of violence save in the way of wrestling, else mayest thou die out of the pale of Islam." "By Allah," exclaimed Sharrkan, "if a Cadi should swear me, though he were Cadi of the Cadis, he would not impose on me the like of this oath." Then he took the oath she required and tied his horse to a tree, sunken in the sea of reverie, and saying in himself, "Glory to Him who fashioned her!" Then he girt himself and made ready for wrestling and said to her, "Cross the stream to me." Quoth she, "It is not for me to come to thee: if thou wilt, do thou cross over to me." "I cannot do that," replied he, and she said, "O boy, I will come to thee." So she gathered her skirts and making a spring landed on the other side of the river by him, whereupon he drew near to her, wondering at her beauty and grace, and saw a form that the hand of Omnipotence had turned with the leaves of Jinn, and which had been fostered by divine solicitude, a form on which the zephyrs of fair fortune had blown, and over whose creation favorable planets had presided. Then she called out to him, saying, "O Moslem, come and wrestle before the daybreak," and tucked up her sleeves, showing a forearm like fresh curd. The whole place was lighted up by its whiteness, and Sharrkan was dazzled by it. Then he bent forward and clapped his hands, and she did the like, and they took hold and gripped each other. He laid his hands on her slender waist and fell a trembling like the Persian reed in the hurricane. So she lifted him up and throwing him to the ground, sat down on his breast. Then she said to him, "O Moslem, it is lawful among you to kill Christians. What sayest thou to my killing thee?" "O my lady," replied he, "as for killing me, it is unlawful; for our Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, hath forbidden the slaying of women and children and old men and monks." "Since this was revealed unto your Prophet," rejoined she, "it behoves us to be even with him therein. So rise, I give thee thy life, for beneficence is not lost upon men." Then she got up and he rose and brushed the earth from his head, and she said to him, "Be not abashed, but indeed one who enters the land of the Greeks in quest of booty and to succour kings against kings, how comes it that there is no strength in him to defend himself against a woman?" "It was not lack of strength in me," replied he, "nor was it thy strength that overthrew me, but thy beauty. So if thou wilt grant me another bout, it will be of thy favour." She laughed and said, "I grant thee this; but these damsels have been long bound and their arms and shoulders are weary, and it were fitting that I should loose them, since this next bout may peradventure be a long one." Then she went up to the girls and unbinding them said to them in the Greek tongue, "Go and put yourself in safety till I have brought to naught this Moslem." So they went away, whilst Sharrkan looked at them and they gazed at him and the young lady. Then he and she drew near again and set to; but, again by admiration of her beauty, his strength failed him, and she feeling this, lifted him in her hands, swifter than the blinding lightning, and threw him to the ground. He fell on his back and she said to him, "Rise, I give thee thy life a second time. I spared thee before for the sake of thy Prophet, for that he forbade the killing of women; and I do so this second time because of thy weakness and tender age and strangerhood. But I charge thee, if there be in the army sent by King Omar ben Nu'uman a stronger than thou, send him hither and tell him of me." "By Allah, O my lady," replied Sharrkan, and indeed he was greatly incensed against her, "it was not by thy strength that thou overthrewest me, but by thy beauty, so that nor wit nor foresight was left in me. But now, if thou have a mind to try another fall with me, with my wits about me, I have a right to this one bout more by the rules of the game, for my presence of mind has now returned to me." "Hast thou not had enough of wrestling, O conquered one?" rejoined she. "However, come if thou wilt, but know that this bout must be the last." Then they took hold of each other and he set to in earnest, and warded himself against being thrown down. So they wrestled awhile, and the damsel found in him strength such as she had not before observed, and said to him, "O Moslem, thou art on thy guard." "Yes," replied he, "thou knowest that there remaineth but this bout, and after each of us will go his own way." She laughed, and he laughed too. Then she seized the opportunity to bore in upon him unawares, and gripping him by the thigh, threw him to the ground, so that he fell on his back. She laughed at him and said, "Thou art surely an eater of bran, for thou art like a Bedouin bonnet that falls off at a touch, or a child's toy that a puff of air overturns. Out on thee, thou poor creature! Go back to the army of the Moslems, and send us other than thyself, for thou lackest thews, and cry as among the Arabs and Persians and Turks and Medes, Whoso has might in him, let him come to us." Then she made a spring and landed on the other side of the stream, and said to Sharrkan, laughing, "It goes to my heart to part with thee. Get thee to thy friends, O my lord, before the morning, lest the knights come upon thee and take thee on the points of their lances. Thou hast not strength enough to defend thee against women, so how couldst thou make head against men and cavaliers?" And she turned to go back to the monastery. Sharrkan was confounded and called out to her, saying, "O my lady, wilt thou go away and leave the wretched stranger, the broken hearted slave of love?" So she turned to him laughing and said, "What wouldst thou? I grant thy prayer." "Have I set foot in thy country and tasted the sweetness of thy favours?" replied Sharrkan, "and shall I return without eating of thy victual and tasting of thy hospitality? Indeed, I am become one of thy servitors." Quoth she, "None but the base refuses hospitality. On my head and eyes be it. Do me the favour to mount and ride along the stream abreast of me, for thou art my guest." At this Sharrkan rejoiced and hastening back to his horse, mounted and rode along the river bank, keeping abreast of her, till he came to a drawbridge that hung by pulleys and chains of steel, made fast with hooks and padlocks. Here stood the 10 damsels awaiting the lady, who spoke to one of them in the Greek tongue and said to her, "Go to him, take his horse's rein and bring him over into the monastery." They went on till they reached a vaulted gate arched over with marble. This she opened and entered with Sharrkan into a long vestibule vaulted with 10 arches, from each of which hung a lamp of crystal shining like the rays of the sun. The damsels met her at the end of the vestibule, bearing perfumed flambeaux and having on their heads kerchiefs embroidered with all manner of jewels, and went on before her till they came to the inward of the monastery, where Sharrkan saw couches set up all around, facing one another and overhung with curtains spangled with gold. The floor was paved with all kinds of variegated marbles, and in the midst was a basin of water, with 24 spouts of gold around it, from which issued water like liquid silver, whilst at the upper end stood a throne covered with silks of royal purple. Then said the damsel, "O my lord, mount this throne." So he seated himself on it, and she withdrew. And when she had been absent a while, he asked the servants of her, and they said, "She hath gone to her sleeping chamber, but we will serve thee as thou shalt order." So they set before him rare meats, and he ate till he was satisfied, when they brought him a basin of gold and a ewer of silver, and he washed his hands. Then his mind reverted to his troops, and he was troubled, knowing not what had befallen them in his absence, and thinking how he had forgotten his father's injunctions, so that he abode, oppressed with anxiety, and repenting of what he had done, till the dawn broke and the day appeared, when he lamented and sighed and became drowned in the sea of melancholy, repeating the following verses: I lack not of prudence, and yet in this case I've been fooled. So what shift shall avail unto me? If any could ease me of love and its stress, of my might and my virtue I'd set myself free. But, alas, my heart's lost in maze of desire, and no helper save God in my strait can I see. Hardly had he finished when up came more than 20 damsels like moons, encompassing the young lady, who appeared among them as the full moon among stars. She was clad in royal brocade, and girt with a woven girdle set with various kinds of jewels that straitly clasped her waist. On her head she wore a network of pearls, gemmed with various kinds of jewels, and she moved with a coquettish swimming gait, swaying wonder gracefully, whilst the damsels held up her skirts. She fixed her eyes on him and considered him awhile, till she was assured of him, when she came up to him and said, Indeed the place is honoured and illumed with thy presence, O Sharrkan. How didst thou pass the night, O hero, after we went away and left thee? Verily, lying is a defect and a reproach in kings, especially in great kings, and thou art Sharrkan, son of King Omar ben Enuman. So henceforth tell me naught but truth, and strive not to keep the secret of thy condition, for falsehood engenders hatred and enmity. The arrow of destiny hath fallen upon thee, and it behooves thee to show resignation and submission." When Sharrkan heard what she said, he saw nothing for it but to tell her the truth; so he said, "I am indeed Sharrkan, son of Omar ben Enuman, whom fortune hath afflicted and cast into this place. So now do whatsoever thou wilt." End of Section 22. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, June 2011.
Section 23 of Libraries of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Thomas Kuzmarsky. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 23. Sinbad the Seaman and Sinbad the Landsman from the Arabian Nights. Portions of Nights 536 to 542, presenting the introduction and the first of the 7 voyages. Translation of Captain Sir Richard Burton. There lived in the city of Baghdad, during the reign of the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, a man named Sinbad the Hamal porter, one in poor case, who bore burdens on his head for hire. It happened to him one day of great heat that whilst he was carrying a heavy load he became exceeding weary and sweated profusely, the heat and the weight alike oppressing him. Presently, as he was passing the gate of a merchant's house, before which the ground was swept and watered, and where the air was temperate, he sighted a broad bench beside the door, so he set his load thereon, to take rest and smell the air. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. Now, when it was the 537th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Hamal set his load upon the bench to take rest and smell the air, there came out upon him from the court door a pleasant breeze and a delicious fragrance. He sat down on the edge of the bench, and at once heard from within the melodious sound of lutes and other stringed instruments, and mirth-exciting voices singing and reciting, together with the song of birds warbling and glorifying Almighty Allah in various tunes and tongues, turtles, mockingbirds, merles, nightingales, cushats, and stone curlews. Whereat he marvelled in himself, and was moved to mighty joy and solace. Then he went up to the gate, and saw within a great flower garden, wherein were pages and black slaves, and such a train of servants and attendants and so forth, as is found only with kings and sultans. And his nostrils were greeted with the savory odors of all manner meats, rich and delicate, and delicious and generous wines. So he raised his eyes heavenwards, and said, Glory to thee, O Lord, O Creator and Provider, who providest whomso thou wilt without count or stint. O mine Holy One, I cry thee pardon for all sins, and turn to thee repenting of all offences. O Lord, there is no gainsaying thee in thine ordinance and thy dominion, neither wilt thou be questioned of that thou dost, for thou indeed over all things art almighty. Extolled be thy perfection, whom thou wilt thou makest poor, and whom thou wilt thou makest rich, whom thou wilt thou exaltest, and whom thou wilt thou abasest, and there is no God but thou. How mighty is thy majesty, and how enduring thy dominion, and how excellent thy government. Verily, thou favorest whom thou wilt of thy servants, whereby the owner of this place abideth in all joyance of life, and delighteth himself with pleasant scents, and delicious meats, and exquisite wines of all kinds. For indeed thou appointest unto thy creatures that which thou wilt, and which thou hast ordained unto them. Wherefore are some weary, and others are at rest, and some enjoy fair fortune and affluence, whilst others suffer the extreme of travail and misery, even as I do. And he fell to reciting. How many by my labours that evermore endure all goods of life enjoy, and in cooly shade recline. Each morn that dawns I wake in travail and in woe, and strange is my condition, and my burden gars me pine. Many others are in luck, and from miseries are free, and fortune never loads them with loads the like of mine. They live their happy days in all solace and delight, eat, drink, and dwell in honour mid the noble and the vain. All living things were made of a little drop of sperm. Thine origin is mine, and my provenance is thine. Yet the difference and distance twixt the twain of us are far as the difference of savour twixt vinegar and wine. But at thee, O God all-wise, I venture not to rail, whose ordinance is just, and whose justice cannot fail. When Sinbad the porter had made an end of reciting his verses, he bore up his burden, and was about to fare on, when there came forth to him from the gate a little foot-page, fair of face, and shapely of shape, and dainty of dress, who caught him by the hand, saying, Come in and speak with my lord, for he calleth for thee. The porter would have excused himself to the page, but the lad would take no refusal. So he left his load with the doorkeepers in the vestibule, and followed the boy into the house, which he found to be a goodly mansion, radiant and full of majesty, till he brought him to a grand sitting room, wherein he saw a company of nobles and great lords seated at tables garnished with all manner of flowers and sweet scented herbs, besides great plenty of dainty viands and fruits dried and fresh, and confections and wines of the choicest vintages. There also were instruments of music and mirth, and lovely slave girls playing and singing. All the company was ranged according to rank, and in the highest place sat a man of worshipful and noble aspect, whose beard sides hoariness had stricken. And he was stately of stature and fair of favour, agreeable of aspect, and full of gravity and dignity and majesty. So Sinbad the porter was confounded at that which he beheld, and said in himself, "By Allah, this must be either a piece of paradise or some king's palace." Then he saluted the company with much respect, praying for their prosperity, and kissing ground before them, stood with his head bowed down in humble attitude. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now, when it was the 538th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sinbad the porter, after kissing ground between their hands, stood with his head bowed down in humble attitude. The master of the house bade him draw near, and he seated and bespoke him kindly, bidding him welcome. Then he set before him various kinds of viands, rich and delicious, and the porter, after saying his Bismillah, fell to and ate his fill, after which he exclaimed, Praise be Allah, whatso be our case, and washing his hands, returned thanks to the company for his entertainment. Quoth the host, Thou art welcome, and thy day is a blessed. But what are thy name and calling? Quoth the other, O my lord, my name is Sinbad the Hamal, and I carry folks' goods on my head for hire. The housemaster smiled and rejoiced. Know, O porter, that thy name is even as mine, for I am Sinbad the seaman. And now, O porter, I would have thee let me hear the couplets thou recitest at the gate anon. The porter was abashed and replied, Allah upon thee, excuse me for toil and travail and lack of luck. When the hand is empty, teach a man ill manners and boorish ways. Said the host, Be not ashamed, thou art become my brother, but repeat to me the verses, for they pleased me whenas I heard thee recite them at the gate. Hereupon the porter repeated the couplets, and they delighted the merchant, who said to him, Know, O Hamal, that my story is a wonderful one, and thou shalt hear all that befall me, and all I underwent ere I rose to this state of prosperity, and became the lord of this place, wherein thou seest me. For I came not to this high estate, save after travail sore and perils galore, and how much toil and trouble have I not suffered in days of yore? I have made 7 voyages, by each of which hangeth a marvellous tale, such as confoundeth the reason, and all this came to pass by doom of fortune and fate, for from what destiny doth write, there is neither refuge nor flight. Know then, good my lords, continued he, that I am about to relate the first voyage of Sinbad, hight the seaman. My father was a merchant, one of the notables of my native place, a moneyed man and ample of means, who died whilst I was yet a child, leaving me much wealth in money and lands and farmhouses. When I grew up, I laid hands on the whole, and ate of the best, and drank freely, and wore rich clothes, and lived lavishly, companioning and consorting with youths of my own age, and considering that this course of life would continue for ever, and can no change. Thus did I for a long time, but at last I awoke from my heedlessness, and returning to my senses, I found my wealth had become unwealth, and my condition ill condition, and all I once had left my hand. And recovering my reason, I was stricken with dismay and confusion, and bethought me of a saying of our Lord Solomon, son of David, upon whom be peace, which I had heard aforetime from my father. 3 things are better than other 3. The day of death is better than the day of birth. A live dog is better than a dead lion, and the grave is better than want. Then I got together my remains of estates and property, and sold all, even my clothes, for 3,000 dirhams, with which I resolved to travel to foreign parts, remembering the saying of the poet, "By means of toil man shall scale the height. Who to fame aspires mustn't sleep o' night. Who seeketh peril in the deep must dive, winning weal and wealth by his main and might. And who seeketh fame without toil and strife, th' impossible seeketh and wasteth life." So, taking heart, I bought me goods, merchandise, and all needed for a voyage, and impatient to be at sea, I embarked, with a company of merchants, on board a ship bound for Bassorah. There we again embarked and sailed many days and nights, and we passed from isle to isle, and sea to sea, and shore to shore, buying and selling and bartering everywhere the ship touched, and continued our course till we came to an island as it were a garth of the garden of paradise. Here the captain cast anchor, and making fast to the shore, put out the landing planks. So all on board landed and made furnaces and lighting fires therein, busied themselves in various ways, some cooking and some washing, whilst others walked about the island for solace, and the crew fell to eating and drinking and playing and sporting. I was one of the walkers, but as we were thus engaged, behold, the master, who was standing on the gunwale, cried out to us at the top of his voice, saying, "Ho there, passengers, run for your lives, and hasten back to the ship, and leave your gear, and save yourselves from destruction. Allah preserve you. For this island whereon ye stand is no true island, but a great fish, stationary a middlemost of the sea, whereon the sand hath settled, and trees have sprung up of old time, so that it is become like unto an island. But when ye lighted fires on it, it felt the heat and moved, and in a moment it will sink with you into the sea, and ye will all be drowned. So leave your gear, and seek your safety ere ye die." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. Now, when it was the 539th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the shipmaster cried to the passengers, 'Leave your gear and seek safety ere ye die,' all who heard him left gear and goods, clothes washed and unwashed, fire pots and brass cooking pots, and fled back to the ship for their lives, and some reached it while others, among whom was I, did not, for suddenly the island shook, and sank into the abysses of the deep, with all that were thereon, and the dashing sea surged over it with clashing waves. I sank with the others down into the deep, but Almighty Allah preserved me from drowning, and threw in my way a great wooden tub of those that had served the ship's company for tubbing. I gripped it for the sweetness of life, and bestriding it like one riding, paddled with my feet like oars, whilst the waves tossed me as in sport right and left. Meanwhile the captain made sail and departed with those who had reached the ship, regardless of the drowning and the drowned, and I ceased not following the vessel with my eyes, till she was hid from sight, and I made sure of death. Darkness closed in upon me whilst in this plight, and the winds and waves bore me on all that night and the next day, till the tub brought to with me under the lee of a lofty island, with trees overhanging the tide. I caught hold of a branch, and by its aid clambered up onto the land, after coming nigh upon death. But when I reached the shore, I found my legs cramped and numbed, and my feet bore traces of the nibbling of fish upon their soles. Withal, I had felt nothing for excess of anguish and fatigue. I threw myself down on the island ground like a dead man, and drowned in desolation swooned away, nor did I return to my senses till next morning. But I found my feet swollen, so made shift to move by shuffling on my breech and crawling on my knees, for in that island were found store of fruit and springs of sweet water. I ate of the fruits, which strengthened me. And thus I abode days and nights till my life seemed to return, and my spirits began to revive, and I was better able to move about. So, after due consideration, I fell to exploring the island and diverting myself with gazing upon all things that Allah Almighty had created there, and rested under the trees, from which I cut me a staff to lean upon. One day, as I walked along the marge, I caught sight of some object in the distance, and thought it a wild beast or one of the monster creatures of the sea. But as I drew near it, looking hard for the while, I saw that it was a noble mare tethered on the beach. Presently I went up to her, but she cried out against me with a great cry, so that I trembled for fear and turned to go away. When there came forth a man from under the earth and followed me, crying out and saying, Who and whence art thou, and what caused thee to come hither? O my lord, answered I am in very sooth a waif, a stranger, and was left to drown with sundry others by the ship we voyaged in. But Allah graciously sent me a wooden tub, so I saved myself thereon, and floated with me till the waves cast me up on this island. When he heard this, he took my hand, and saying, Come with me, carried me into a great sardab, or underground chamber, which was spacious as a saloon. He made me sit down at its upper end. Then he brought me somewhat of food, and being an hungered, I ate till I was satisfied and refreshed. And when he had put me at mine ease, he questioned me of myself, and I told him all that had befallen me from first to last. And as he wondered at my adventure, I said, By Allah, O Lord, excuse me, I have told thee the truth of my case, and the accident which betided me. And now I desire that thou tell me who thou art, and why thou abidest here under the earth, and why thou hast tethered yonder mare on the brink of the sea. Answered he, Know that I am one of the several who are stationed in different parts of this island, and we are of the grooms of King Mihrján, and under our hand are all his horses. And Inshallah, I will bear thee to King Mihrján. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. Now, when it was the 540th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Sais said to Sinbad the seaman, I will bear thee to King Mihrján, and show thee our country. And know that hast thou not happened on us, thou hast perished miserably, and none had known of thee, but I will be the means of the saying of thy life, and thy return to thine own land. I called down blessings on him, and thanked him for his kindness and courtesy. After this we sat awhile, till the rest of the grooms came up, each leading a mare, and seeing me with their fellow Sais, questioned me of my case, and I repeated my story to them. Thereupon they drew near me, and spreading the table, ate and invited me to eat. So I ate with them, after which they took horse, and mounting me on one of the mares, set out with me, and fared on without ceasing till we came to the capital city of King Mihrján, and going in to him, acquainted him with my story. Then he sent for me, and when they set me before him, and salams had been exchanged, he gave me a cordial welcome, and wishing me long life, bade me tell him my tale. So I related to him all that I had seen, and all that had befallen me from first to last. Whereas he marvelled, and said to me, By Allah, O my son, thou hast indeed been miraculously preserved. Were not the term of thy life a long one, thou hast not escaped from these straits, but praised be Allah for safety. Then he spoke cheerily to me and entreated me with kindness and consideration. Moreover, he made me his agent for the port and registrar of all ships that entered the harbor. I attended him regularly to receive his commandments, and he favored me and did me all manner of kindness, and invested me with costly and splendid robes. Indeed, I was high in credit with him, as an intercessor for the folk and an intermediary between them and him when they wanted aught of him. I abode thus a great while, and as often as I passed through the city to the port, I questioned the merchants and travellers and sailors of the city of Baghdad, so haply I might hear of an occasion to return to my native land, but could find none who knew it or knew any who resorted thither. At this I was chagrined, for I was weary of long strangerhood, and my disappointment endured for a time till one day, going in to King Mihrján, I found with him a company of Indians. I saluted them, and they returned my salam, and politely welcomed me, and asked me of my country. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. Now, when it was the 541st night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sinbad the seaman said, when they asked me of my country, I questioned them of theirs, and they told me that they were of various castes, some being called Shakiriyah, who are the noblest of their castes, and neither oppress nor offer violence to any, and other Brahmins, a folk who abstain from wine, but live in delight and solace and merriment, and own camels and horses and cattle. Moreover, they told me that the people of India are divided into 72 castes, and I marveled at this with exceeding marvel. Amongst other things that I saw in King Mihrján's dominions was an island called Kasil, wherein all night is heard the beating of drums and tabrets. But we were told by the neighboring islanders and by travelers that the inhabitants are people of diligence and judgment. In this sea I saw also a fish 200 cubits long, and the fishermen fear it, so they strike together pieces of wood and put it to flight. I also saw another fish with a head like that of an owl, besides many other wonders and rarities, which it would be tedious to recount. I occupied myself thus in visiting the islands, till one day, as I stood in the port with a staff in my hand, according to my custom, behold, a great ship, wherein were many merchants, came sailing for the harbour. When it reached the small inner port, where ships anchor under the city, the master furled his sails, and making fast to the shore, put out the landing planks, whereupon the crew fell to breaking bulk and landing cargo, whilst I stood by, taking written note of them. They were long in bringing the goods ashore. So I asked the master, Is there aught left in thy ship? And he answered, O my lord, there are divers bales of merchandise in the hold, whose owner was drowned from amongst us at one of the islands on our course. So his goods remained in our charge by way of trust, and we propose to sell them and note their price, that we may convey it to his people in the city of Baghdad, the home of peace. What was the merchant's name? Quoth I, and quoth he, Sinbad the seaman. Whereupon I straightly considered him, and knowing him, cried out to him with a great cry, saying, O captain, I am that Sinbad the seaman, who travelled with other merchants, and when the fish heaved, and thou callest to us, some saved themselves, and others sank, I being one of them. But Allah Almighty threw in my way a great tub of wood, of those the crew had used to wash withal, and the winds and waves carried me to this island, where by Allah's grace I fell in with King Mihrján's grooms, and they brought me hither to the king their master. When I told him my story, he entreated me with favour and made me his harbour master, and I have prospered in his service and found acceptance with him. These bales, therefore, are mine. The goods which God hath given me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. Now, when it was the 542nd Night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Sinbad the seaman said to the captain, These bales are mine, the goods which Allah hath given me, the others cried, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily, there is neither conscience nor good faith left among men. Said I, O race, what mean these words, seeing that I have told thee my case? And he answered, Because thou heardest me say that I had with me goods whose owner was drowned, thou thinkest to take them without right. But this is forbidden by law to thee, for we saw him drowned before our eyes, together with many other passengers, nor was one of them saved. So how canst thou pretend that thou art the owner of the goods? O captain, said I, listen to my story, and give heed to my words, and my truth will be manifest to thee. For lying and leasing are the letter marks of hypocrites. Then I recounted to him all that had befallen me since I sailed from Baghdad with him to the time when we came to the fish island, where we were nearly drowned. I reminded him of certain matters which had passed between us, whereupon both he and the merchants were certified of the truth of my story, and recognized me, and gave me joy of my deliverance, saying, By Allah, we thought not that thou hadst escaped drowning, but the Lord hath granted thee new life. Then they delivered my bales to me, and I found my name written thereon, nor was aught thereof lacking. So I opened them, and making up a present for King Mihrján of the finest and costliest of the contents, caused the sailors to carry it up to the palace, where I went in to the king, and laid my present at his feet, acquainting him with what had happened, especially concerning the ship and my goods, whereat he wondered with exceeding wonder, and the truth of all that I had told him was made manifest to him. His affection for me redoubled after that, and he showed me exceeding honor, and bestowed me with a great present in return for mine. Then I sold my bales, and what other matters I owned, making a great profit on them, and bought me other goods and gear of the growth and fashion of the island city. When the merchants were about to start on their homeward voyage, I embarked on board the ship all that I possessed, and going to the king, thanked him for all his favors and friendship, and craved his leave to return to my own land and friends. He farewelled me, and bestowed upon me great store of the country stuffs and produce, and I took leave of him and embarked. Then we set sail and fared on nights and days, by the permission of Allah Almighty, and fortune served us, and fate favored us, so that we arrived in safety at Bassorah city, where I landed rejoiced at my safe return to my natal soil. After a short stay, I set out for Baghdad, the house of peace, with store of goods and commodities of great price. Reaching the city in due time, I went straight to my own quarter, and entered my house, where all my friends and kinsfolk came to greet me. Then I bought me eunuchs and concubines, servants and negro slaves, till I had a large establishment, and I bought me houses and lands and gardens, till I was richer and in better case than before, and returned to enjoy the society of my friends and familiars more assiduously than ever, forgetting all I had suffered of fatigue and hardship and strangerhood, and every peril of travel. And I applied myself to all manner joys and solaces and delights, eating the daintiest viands and drinking the deliciousest wines, and my wealth allowed this state of things to endure. This, then, is the story of my first voyage, and tomorrow, inshallah, I will tell you the tale of the second of my 7 voyages. Saith he who telleth the tale, Then Sinbad the seaman made Sinbad the landsman sup with him, and bade give him 100 gold pieces, saying, Thou hast cheered us with thy company this day. The porter thanked him, and taking the gift went his way, pondering that which he had heard, and marvelling mightily at what things betide mankind. End of section 23. Recording by John Thomas Kuzkismarski. www.validateyourlife.com.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Salim Siddiqui. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 24. Conclusion of the 1,000 Nights and a Night from the Arabian Nights. End of Section 24. Translation of Captain Sir Richard F. Burton. Now, during this time, Scheherazade had borne the king 3 boy children. So when she had made an end of the story of Ma'ruf, she rose to her feet and kissing ground before him said, O King of the time and unique one of the age and the tide, I am thine handmaid, and these 1,000 nights and a night have I entertained thee with stories of folk gone before, and admonitory instances of the men of yore. May I then make a bold to crave a boon of thy highness? He replied, Ask, O Scheherazade, and it shall be granted to thee. Whereupon she cried out to the nurses and the eunuchs, saying, Bring me my children. So they brought them to her in haste, and they were 3 boy children, one walking, one crawling, and one sucking. She took them, and setting them before the king, again kissed ground, and said, O King of the age, these are thy children, and I crave that thou release me from the doom of death, as a dole to these infants, for, an thou kill me, they will become motherless, and will find none among women to rear them as they should be reared. When the king heard this, he wept, and straining the boys to his bosom, said, By Allah, O Scheherazade, I pardon thee before the coming of these children, for that I found thee chaste, pure, ingenuous, and pious. Allah bless thee and thy father and thy mother and thy root and thy branch. I take the Almighty to witness against me that I exempt thee from aught that can harm thee. So she kissed his hands and feet, and rejoiced with exceeding joy, saying, The Lord make thy life long, and increase thee in dignity and majesty. Presently adding, Thou marvelest at that which befell thee on the part of women, yet there betided the kings of the Khosros before thee greater mishaps and more grievous than that which hath befallen thee. And indeed I have set forth unto thee that which happened to caliphs and kings and others with their women, but the relation is longsome, and hearkening groweth tedious, and this is all sufficient warning for the man of wits, and admonishment for the wise. Then she ceased to speak, and when King Shahryar heard her speech, and profited by that which she had said, he summoned up his reasoning powers, and cleansed his heart, and caused his understanding to revert, and turned to Allah Almighty, and said to himself, Since there befell the kings of Khosros more than that which hath befallen me, never whilst I live shall I cease to blame myself for the past. As for this Scheherazade, her like is not found in the lands. So praise be to him who appointed her a means for delivering his creatures from oppression and slaughter. Then he arose from his seance, and kissed her head, whereat she rejoiced, she and her sister Dunyazad, with exceeding joy. When the morning morrowed, the king went forth, and sitting down on the throne of the kingship summoned the lords of his land, whereupon the chamberlains and nabobs and captains of the host went in to him and kissed ground before him. He distinguished the wazir, Scheherazad's sire, with special favor and bestowed on him a costly and splendid robe of honor, and entreated him with the utmost kindness, and said to him, Allah protect thee, for that thou gavest me to wife thy noble daughter, who hath been the means of my repentance from slaying the daughters of folk. Indeed, I have found her pure and pious, chaste, ingenuous, and Allah hath vouchsafed me by her 3 boy children. Wherefore praised be He for His passing favor. Then he bestowed robes of honor upon his wazirs and emirs and chief officers, and he set forth to them briefly that which had betided him with Scheherazade, and how he had turned from his former ways and repented him of what he had done, and proposed to take the wazir's daughter Scheherazade to wife, and let draw up the marriage contract with her. When those who were present heard this, they kissed ground before him and blessed him and his betrothed Scheherazade, and the wazir thanked her. Then Shahryar made an end of his sitting in all weal, whereupon the folk dispersed to their dwelling places, and the news was bruited abroad that the king proposed to marry the wazir's daughter Scheherazade. Then he proceeded to make ready the wedding gear, and presently he sent after his brother, King Shah Zaman, who came, and King Shahryar went forth to meet him with the troops. Furthermore, they decorated the city after the goodliest fashion, and diffused scents from censers, and burnt aloes, wood, and other perfumes in all the markets and thoroughfares, and rubbed themselves with saffron, what while the drums beat, and the flutes and pipes sounded, and mimes and mountebanks played and plied their arts, and the king lavished on them gifts and largesse, and in very deed it was a notable day. When they came to the palace, King Shahryar commanded to spread the table with beasts roasted whole, and sweetmeats, and all manner of viands, and bade the crier cry to the folk that they should come up to the diwan and eat and drink, that this should be a means of reconciliation between him and them. So high and low, great and small, came up unto him, and they abode on that wise, eating and drinking 7 days with their nights. Then the king shut himself up with his brother, and related to him that which had betided him with the wazir's daughter Scheherazade during the past 3 years, and told him what he had heard from her of proverbs and parables, chronicles and pleasantries, quips and jests, stories and anecdotes, dialogues and histories, and elegies and other verses. Whereat King Shah Zaman marveled with the utmost marvel, and said, Fain would I take her younger sister to wife, so that we may be 2 brothers german to 2 sisters german, and they on like wise be sisters to us, for that the calamity which befell me was the cause of our discovering that which befell thee, and all this time of 3 years past I have taken no delight in woman, but now I desire to marry thy wife's sister Dunyazad. When King Shahryar heard his brother's words, he rejoiced with joy exceeding, and arising forthright, went in to his wife Scheherazade, and acquainted her with that which his brother proposed, namely, that he sought her sister Dunyazad in wedlock, whereupon she answered, O king of the age, we seek of him one condition, to wit, that he take up his abode with us, for that I cannot brook to be parted from my sister an hour, because we were brought up together and may not endure separation each from another. If he accept this pact, she is his handmaid." King Shahryar returned to his brother and acquainted him with that which Scheherazade had said. And he replied, "Indeed, this is what was in my mind, for that I desire never more to be parted from thee 1 hour. As for the kingdom, Allah the Most High shall send to it whomso He chooseth, for that I have no longer a desire for the kingship." When King Shahryar heard his brother's words, he rejoiced exceedingly and said, "Verily this is what I wished, O my brother, so Alhamdulillah! Praise be Allah, who hath brought about union between us." Then he sent after the Qazis and Ulama, captains and nobles, and they married the 2 brothers to the 2 sisters. The contracts were written out, and the 2 kings bestowed robes of honor of silk and satin on those who were present, whilst the city was decorated and the rejoicings were renewed. The king commanded each emir and wazir and chamberlain and nabob to decorate his palace, and the folk of the city were gladdened by the presage of happiness and contentment. King Shahryar also bade slaughter sheep and set up kitchens and made bride feasts and fed all comers high and low, and he gave alms to the poor and needy and extended his bounty to great and small. Then the eunuchs went forth, that they might perfume the hammam for the brides. So they scented it with rose water and willow flower water and pods of musk, and fumigated it with kakili eagle wood and ambergris. Then Scheherazade entered, she and her sister Dunyazad, and they cleansed their heads and clipped their hair. When they came forth of the hammam bath, they donned raiment and ornaments, such as men were wont to prepare for the kings of the Khosros. And among Scheherazade's apparel was a dress purfled with red gold, and wrought with counterfeit presentments of birds and beasts. The 2 sisters encircled their necks with necklaces of jewels of price, in the like whereof Iskander rejoiced not, for therein were great jewels, such as amazed the wit and dazzled the eye, and the imagination was bewildered at their charms. For indeed each of them was brighter than the sun and the moon. Before them they lighted brilliant flambeaux of wax and candelabra of gold, but their faces outshone the flambeaux, for that they had eyes sharper than unsheathed swords, and the lashes of their eyelids bewitched all hearts. Their cheeks were rosy red, and their necks and shapes gracefully swayed, and their eyes wantoned like the gazelles. And the slave girls came to meet them with instruments of music. Then the 2 kings entered the hammam bath, and when they came forth, they sat down on a couch set with pearls and gems, whereupon the 2 sisters came up to them and stood between their hands, as they were moons, bending and leaning from side to side in their beauty and loveliness. Presently they brought forward Scheherazade and displayed her for the first dress in a red suit, whereupon King Shahryar rose to look upon her, and the wits of all present, men and women, were bewitched, for that she was even as saith of her one of her describers: "A sun on wand in knoll of sand she showed, clad in her cramoisy hued chemosette. Of her lips honey dew she gave me drink, and with her rosy cheeks quencheth fire she set." Then they attired Dunyazad in a dress of blue brocade, and she became as she were the full moon when it shineth forth. So they displayed her in this for the first dress, before King Shahzaman, who rejoiced in her and well nigh swooned away for love longing and amorous desire. Yea, he was distraught with passion for her, whenas he saw her, because she was as saith of her one of her describers in these couplets. She comes apparelled in an azure vest, ultramarine as skies are decked and dight. I viewed the unparalleled sight which showed my eyes a summer moon upon a winter night. Then they returned to Shahrazad and displayed her in the second dress, a suit of surpassing goodliness, and veiled her face with her hair like a chin veil. Moreover, they let down her side locks, and she was even as saith of her one of her describers in these couplets. O hail to him whose locks his cheeks o'ershade, who slew my life by cruel hard despite. Said I, hast veiled the morn in night? He said, Nay, I but veiled the moon in hue of night. Then they displayed Dunyazad in a second and a third and a fourth dress, and she paced forward like the rising sun, and swayed to and fro in the insolence of her beauty, and she was even as saith the poet of her in these couplets. The sun of beauty she to all appears, and lovely coy she mocks all loveliness. And when he fronts her favour and her smile, a morn the son of day in clouds must dress. Then they displayed Scheherazade in the third dress, and the fourth, and the fifth, and she became as she were a band-branch snell of a thirsting gazelle, lovely of face, and perfect in attributes of grace, even as saith of her one in these couplets. She comes like fullest moon on happy night, tapper of waist with shape of magic might. She hath an eye whose glances quell mankind, and ruby on her cheeks reflect his light. And veils her hips the blackness of her hair. Beware of curls that bite with viper bite. Her sides are silken soft, what while the heart, mere rock behind that surface, scapes our sight. From the fringed curtains of her sign she shoots shafts that at furthest range on mark a light. Then they returned to Dunyazad and displayed her in the fifth dress and in the sixth, which was green, when she surpassed with her loveliness the fair of the four quarters of the world, and outvied with the brightness of her countenance the full moon at rising tide. For she was even as saith of her the poet in these couplets. A damsel 'twas the tirer's art had decked with snare and sleight, and robed with rays as though the sun from her had borrowed light. She came before us wondrous clad in chemisette of green, as veiled by his leafy screen pomegranate hides from sight. And when he said, How callest thou the fashion of thy dress? She answered us in pleasant way, with double meaning dight. We call this garment crève-cœur, and rightly it is height. For many a heart with this we break, and harried many a sprite. Then they displayed Scheherazade in the sixth and the 7th dresses, and clad her in youth's clothing. Whereupon she came forward, swaying from side to side, and coquettishly moving, and indeed she ravished wits and hearts, and ensorcelled all eyes with her glances. She shook her sides and swayed her haunches, then put her hair on sword hilt, and went up to King Shahryar, who embraced her as hospitable host embraceth guest, and threatened her in her ear with the taking of the sword. And she was even as saith of her the poet in these words: Were not the murk of gender male, than feminines surpassing fair, Tyre woman, they had grudged the bride, who made her beard and whiskers wear. Thus also they did with her sister Dunyazad. And when they had made an end of the display, the king bestowed robes of honor on all who were present, and sent the brides to their own apartments. Then Scheherazade went in to the king Shahryar, and Dunyazad to King Shah Zaman, and each of them solaced himself with the company of his beloved consort, and the hearts of the folk were comforted. When morning morrowed, the wazir came in to the 2 kings, and kissed ground before them, wherefore they thanked him, and were large of bounty to him. Presently they went forth and sat down upon couches of kingship, whilst all the wazirs and emirs and grandees and lords of the land presented themselves and kissed ground. King Shahryar ordered them dresses of honor and largesse, and they prayed for the permanence and prosperity of the king and his brother. Then the 2 sovereigns appointed their sire-in-law, the wazir, to be viceroy in Samarkand, and assign him 5 of the chief emirs to accompany him, charging them attend him and do him service. The minister kissed ground and prayed that they might be vouchsafed length of life. Then he went in to his daughters, whilst the eunuchs and ushers walked before him, and saluted them and farewelled them. They kissed his hands, and gave him joy of the kingship, and bestowed on him immense treasure, after which he took leave of them, and setting out, fared days and nights, till he came near Samarkand, where the townspeople met him at a distance of 3 marches, and rejoiced in him with exceeding joy. So he entered the city, and they decorated the houses, and it was a notable day. He sat down on the throne of his kingship, and the wazirs did him homage, and the grandees and emirs of Samarkand, and all prayed that he might be vouchsafed justice and victory and length of continuance. So he bestowed on them robes of honor, and entreated them with distinction, and they made him sultan over them. As soon as his father-in-law had departed for Samarkand, King Shahryar summoned the grandees of his realm, and made them a stupendous banquet of all manner of delicious meats and exquisite sweetmeats. He also bestowed on them robes of honor, and guerdoned them, and divided the kingdoms between himself and his brother in their presence, whereat the folk rejoiced. Then the 2 kings abode, each ruling a day in turn, and they were ever in harmony with each other, while on similar wise their wives continued in the love of Allah Almighty, and in thanksgiving to Him, and the peoples and the provinces were at peace, and the preachers prayed for them from the pulpits, and their report was bruited abroad, and the travelers bore tidings of them to all lands. In due time King Shahryar summoned chronicles and copyists, and bade them write all that had betided him with his wife, first and last. So they wrote this and named it The Stories of the Thousand Nights and a Night. The book came to 30 volumes, and these the king laid up in his treasure, and the two brothers abode with their wives in all pleasance and solace of life and its delights. For that indeed Allah the Most High had changed their annoy into joy, and on this wise they continued, till there took them the destroyer of delights, the severer of societies, the desolator of dwelling places, and garnerer of graveyards, and they were translated to the ruth of Almighty Allah. Their houses fell waste, and their palaces lay in ruins, and the kings inherited their riches. Then there reigned after them a wise ruler who was just, keen-witted, and accomplished, and loved tales and legends, especially those which chronicle the doings of sovrans and sultans. And he found in the treasury these marvelous stories and wondrous histories contained in the 30 volumes aforesaid. So he read in them a first book, and a second, and a third, and so on to the last of them, and each book astounded and delighted him more than that which preceded it, till he came to the end of them. Then he admired what he had read therein of description and discourse, and rare traits and anecdotes, and moral instances and reminiscences, and bade the folk copy them and dispread them over all lands and climes, wherefore their report was bruited abroad, and the people named them the marvels and wonders of the Thousand Nights and a Night. This is all that hath come down to us of the origin of this book, and Allah is all-knowing. So glory be to him who the shifts of time waste not away, nor doth aught of chance or change affect his sway, whom one case diverteth not from other case, and who is sole in the attributes of perfect grace. And prayer and the peace be upon the Lord's pontiff and chosen one among his creatures, our Lord Muhammad, the Prince of mankind, through whom we supplicate him for a goodly and godly end. End of section 24. Recording by Salim Siddiqui. www.hotconflict.com.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 25. Essay on Arabic Literature by Richard Gottheil. Of no civilization is the complexion of its literary remains so characteristic of its varying fortunes as is that of the Arabic. The precarious conditions of desert life and of the tent, the more certain existence in settled habitations, the grandeur of empire acquired in a short period of enthusiastic rapture, the softening influence of luxury and unwonted riches, are so faithfully portrayed in the literature of the Arabs as to give us a picture of the spiritual life of the people which no mere massing of facts can ever give. Well aware of this themselves, the Arabs at an early date commenced the collection and preservation of their old literary monuments with a care and a studious concern which must excite within us a feeling of wonder. For the material side of life must have made a strong appeal to these people when they came forth from their desert homes. Pride in their own doings, pride in their own past, must have spurred them on, yet an ardent feeling for the beautiful in speech is evident from the beginning of their history. The first knowledge that we have of the tribes scattered up and down the deserts and oases of the Arabian Peninsula comes to us in the verses of their poets. The early Teuton bards, the rhapsodists of Greece, were not listened to with more rapt attention than was the simple Bedouin, who, seated on his mat or at the door of his tent, gave vent to his feelings of joy or sorrow in such a manner as nature had gifted him. As are the ballads for Scottish history, so are the verses of these untutored bards the record of the life in which they played no mean part. Nor could the splendors of court life at Damascus, Baghdad, or Cordova make their rulers insensible to the charms of poetry, that "beautiful poetry with which Allah has adorned the Moslem." A verse happily said could always charm, a satire well pointed could always incite, and the true Arab of to day will listen to those so adorned with the same rapt attention as did his fathers of long ago. This gift of the desert, otherwise so sparing of its favors, has not failed to leave its impression upon the whole Arabic literature. Though it has produced some prose writers of value, writing, as an art to charm and to please, has always sought the measured cadence of poetry, or the unmeasured symmetry of rhymed prose. Its first lispings are in the "trembling Rajaz meter," iambics rhyming in the same syllable throughout; impromptu verses in which the poet expressed the feelings of the moment; a measure which, the Arabs say, matches the trembling trot of the she camel. It is simple in its character, coming so near to rhymed prose that Khalil, born 718, the great grammarian, would not willingly admit that such lines could really be called poetry. Some of these verses go back to the 4th and 5th centuries of our era, but a growing sense of the poet's art was incompatible with so simple a measure, and 100 years before the appearance of the prophet, many of the canonical 16 meters were already in vogue. Even the later complete poems bear the stamp of their origin, in the loose connection with which the different parts stand to each other. The "Kasida" poem is built upon the principle that each verse must be complete in itself, there being no stanzas, and separable from the context, which has made interpolations and omissions in the older poems a matter of ease. The classical period of Arabic poetry, which reaches from the beginning of the 6th century to the beginning of the 8th, is dominated by this form of the Kasida. Tradition refers its origin to one al-Muhail ibn Rabi'a of the tribe of Taghlib, about 150 years before Muhammad, though, as is usual, this honor is not uncontested. The Kasida is composed of distichs, the first two of which only are to rhyme, though every line must end in the same syllable. It must have at least 7 or 10 verses, and may reach up to 100 or over. In nearly every case it deals with a tribe or a single person, the poet himself or a friend, and may be either a panegyric, a satire, an elegy, or a eulogy. That which it is the aim of the poet to bring out comes last, the greater part of the poem being of the nature of a captatio benevolentia. Here he can show his full power of expression. He usually commences with the description of a deserted camping ground, where he sees the traces of his beloved. He then adds the erotic part, and describes at length his deeds of valor in the chase or in war, in order then to lead over to the real object he has in view. Because of this disposition of the material, which is used by the greater poets of this time, the general form of the Kasídah became in a measure stereotyped. No poem was considered perfect unless molded in this form. Arabic poetry is thus entirely lyrical. There was too little, among these tribes, of the common national life which forms the basis for the epos. The Semitic genius is too subjective, and has never gotten beyond the first rude attempts at dramatic composition. Even in its lyrics, Arabic poetry is still more subjective than the Hebrew of the Bible. It falls generally into the form of an allocution, even where it is descriptive. It is the poet who speaks, and his personality pervades the whole poem. He describes nature as he finds it, with little of the imaginative. "In dim, grand outlines of a picture, which must be filled up by the reader, guided only by a few glorious touches powerfully standing out." A native quickness of apprehension and intense feeling nurtured this poetic sentiment among the Arabs. The continuous enmity among the various tribes produced a sort of knight errantry, which gave material to the poet; and the richness of his language put a tongue in his mouth which could voice forth the finest shades of description or sentiment. Aldamari has wisely said, "Wisdom has alighted upon three things: the brain of the Franks, the hands of the Chinese, and the tongues of the Arabs." The horizon which bounded the Arab poet's view was not far drawn out. He describes the scenes of his desert life, the sand dunes, the camel, antelope, wild ass, and gazelle, his bow and arrow, and his sword, his loved one torn from him by the sudden striking of the tents and departure of her tribe. The virtues which he sings are those in which he glories: "love of freedom, independence in thought and action, truthfulness, largeness of heart, generosity, and hospitality." His descriptions breathe the freshness of his outdoor life and bring us close to nature. His whole tone rings out a solemn note, which is even in his lighter moments grave and serious, as existence itself was for those sons of the desert who had no settled habitation, and who, more than any one, depended upon the bounty of Allah. Although these Kasídahs passed rapidly from mouth to mouth, little would have been preserved for us had there not been a class of men who, led on some by desire, some by necessity, made it their business to write down the compositions, and to keep fresh in their memory the very pronunciation of each word. Every poet had such a Rawiyah. Of one Hamad it is said that he could recite 100 Kasídahs, rhyming on each letter of the alphabet, each Kasídah having at least 100 verses. Abu Taman (805), the author of the Hamasa, is reported to have known by heart 14,000 pieces of the meter rajas. It was not, however, until the end of the first century of the Hijra that systematic collections of this older literature were commenced. It was this very Hamad (died 777) who put together 7 of the choicest poems of the early Arabs. He called them Mu'alkalat, "the hung up," in a place of honor in the estimation of the people. The authors of these 7 poems were Imr al-Kais, Tarafa, Zuhair, Labid (570), Antara, Amr, and Al-Harith. The common verdict of their countrymen has praised the choice made by Hamad. The 7 remained the great models to which later poets aspired. In description of love, those of Imr al-Kais and Antara; in that of the camel and the horse, Labid; of battle, Amr; in the praise of arms, Harith; in wise maxims, Zuhair. To these must be added Al-Nabiha, Al-Kama, Urwa ibn al-Ward, Hassan ibn Tabit, Al-Asha, Aus ibn Hayyar, and Ash-Farah, whose poem has been called "the most magnificent of old Arabic poems." In addition to the single poems found in the Mu'allaqat and elsewhere, nearly all of these composed whole series of poems, which were at a later time put in the form of collections and called diwans. Some of these poets have left us as many as 400 verses. Such collections were made by grammarians and antiquarians of a later age. In addition to the collections made around the name of a single poet, others were made, fashioned upon a different principle. The Mufaddaliyat, the most excellent poems, put together by Al-Mufaddal (761), the Diwan of the poets of the tribe of Khudhail, the Kamasa Bravery, so called from the subject of the first of the 10 books into which the collection is divided, of Abu Taman. The best anthology of these poems is the Great Book of Songs, put together by Abu al-Farai al-Isbahani, died 967. With these poets Arabic literature reached its highest development. They are the true expression of the free Arabic spirit. Most of them lived before or during the time of the appearance of Muhammad. His coming produced a great change in the life of the simple Bedouins. Though they could not be called heathen, their religion expressed itself in the simple feeling of dependence upon higher powers, without attempting to bring this faith into a close connection with their daily life. Mohammed introduced a system into which he tried to mold all things. He wished to unite the scattered tribes to one only purpose. He was thus cutting away that untrammeled spirit and that free life which had been the making of Arabic poetry. He knew this well. He knew also the power the poets had over the people. His own Quran was but a poor substitute for the elegant verses of his opponents. Imr al-Kais, he said, is the finest of all poets, and their leader into everlasting fire. On another occasion he is reported to have called out, "Verily, a bellyful of matter is better than a bellyful of poetry." Even when citing verses, he quoted them in such a manner as to destroy the meter. Abu Bekr very properly remarked, "Truly God said in the Koran, 'We have not taught him poetry, and it suits him not.'" In thus decrying the poets of "barbarism," and in setting up the Koran as the greatest production of Arabic genius, Muhammad was turning the national poetry to its decline. Happily his immediate successors were unable or unwilling to follow him strictly. Ali himself, his son-in-law, is said to have been a poet. Nor did the Umayyad caliphs of Damascus, very heathens in their carnal part, bring the new spirit to its full bloom, as did the Abbasids of Baghdad. And yet the old spirit was gradually losing ground. The consolidation of the empire brought greater security. The riches of Persia and Syria produced new types of men. The center of Arab life was now in the city, with all its trammels, its forced politeness, its herding together. The simplicity which characterized the early caliphs was going. In its place was come a court life, court manners, court poets. The love of poetry was still there, but the poet of the tent had become the poet of the house and the palace. Like those troubadours who had become jongleurs, they lived upon the crumbs which fell from the table of princes. Such crumbs were often not to be despised. Many a time and oft the bard tuned his lyre merely for the price of his services. We know that he was richly rewarded. Harun gave a dress worth 400,000 pieces of gold to Ja'far ibn Yahya. At his death, Ibn Ubayd al-Bukhtari, 865, left 100 complete suits of dress, 200 shirts, and 500 turbans, all of which had been given him for his poems. The freshness of olden times was fading, little by little. The earnestness of the Bedouin poet was making way for a lightness of heart. In this intermediate period few were born so happily, and yet so imbued with the new spirit, as was Umar ibn Rabia, 644, "the man of pleasure as well as the man of literature." Of rich parentage, gifted with a love of song which moved him to speak in verses, he was able to keep himself far from both prince and palace. He was of the family of Quraysh, in whose Muhammad all the glories of Arabia had centered, with one exception, the gift of poetry. And now, "this Don Juan of Mecca, this Obed of Arabia," was to wipe away that stain. He was the Arabian Minnesänger, whom Friedrich Rückert called "the greatest love poet the Arabs have produced." A man of the city, the desert had no attractions for him, but he sang of love as he made love, with utter disregard of holy place or high station, in an erotic strain strange to the stern Umayyads. No wonder they warned their children against reading his compositions. "The greatest sin committed against Allah are the poems of Umar ibn Rabia," they said. With the rise of the Abbasids (750), that "God favored dynasty," Arabic literature entered upon its second great development, a development which may be distinguished from that of the Umayyads, which was Arabian, as, in very truth, Mohammedan. With Baghdad as the capital, it was rather the non-Arabic Persians who held aloft the torch than the Arabs descended from Quraysh. It was a bold move, this attempt to weld the old Persian civilization with the new Mohammedan, yet so great was the power of the new faith that it succeeded. The Barmecide major domo ably seconded his Abbasid master. The glory of both rests upon the interest they took in art, literature, and science. The Arab came in contact with a new world. Under Mansur (754), Harun al-Rashid (786), and Mamun (813), the wisdom of the Greeks in philosophy and science, the charms of Persia and India in wit and satire, were opened up to enlightened eyes. Upon all of these, whatever their nationality, Islam had imposed the Arab tongue, pride in the faith and in its early history. Quran, exegesis, philosophy, law, history, and science were cultivated under the very eyes and at the bidding of the palace. And at least for several centuries Europe was indebted to the culture of Baghdad for what it knew of mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy. The Arab muse profited with the rest of this revival. History and philosophy as a study demanded a close acquaintance with the products of early Arab genius. The great philologian Al-Asmai (740 831) collected the songs and tales of the heroic age; and a little later, with other than philological ends in view, Abu Taman and Al-Bukhturi (816 913) made the first anthologies of the old Arabic literatures (Hamasa). Poetry was already cultivated, and amid the hundreds of wits, poets, and singers who thronged the entrance to the court, there are many who claim real poetic genius. Among them are Al-Akhtal (died 713), a Christian; Umar ibn Rabia (died 728); Harir al-Farazak (died 728); and Muslim ibn al-Walid (died 828). But it is rather the Persian spirit which rules, the spirit of the Shahnameh and Firdausi, "charming elegance, servile court flattery, and graceful wit." In none are the characteristics so manifest as in Abu Nuwas (762 819), the poet laureate of Harun, the Imr al Kais of his time. His themes are wine and love; everything else he casts to the wind, and like his modern counterpart Heine, he drives the wit of his satire deep into the holiest feelings of his people. I would that all which religion and law forbids were permitted me, and if I had only 2 years to live, that God would change me into a dog at the temple in Mecca, so that I might bite every pilgrim in the leg, he is reported to have said. When he himself did once make the required pilgrimage, he did so in order to carry his loves up to the very walls of the sacred house. "Jovial, adventure-loving, devil-may-care," irreligious in all he did, yet neither the Caliph nor the whole Muhammadan world were incensed. In spite of all, they petted him and pronounced his wine songs the finest ever written. Full of thought and replete with pictures, rich in language and true to every touch of nature. There are no poems on wine equal to my own, and to my amatory compositions all others must yield, he himself has said. He was poor and had to live by his talents, but wherever he went he was richly rewarded. He was content only to be able to live in shameless revelry and to sing. As he lived, so he died, in a half-drunken group, cut to pieces by those who thought themselves offended by his lampoons. At the other end of the Moslem world, the star of the Umayyads, which had set at Damascus, rose again at Cordova. The union of two civilizations, Indo-Germanic and Semitic, was as advantageous in the West as in the East. The influence of the spirit of learning which reigned at Baghdad reached over to Spain, and the two dynasties vied with each other in the patronage of all that was beautiful in literature and learned in science. Poetry was cultivated and poets cherished with a like regard. The Spanish innate love of the muse joined hands with that of the Arabic. It was the same kind of poetry in Umayyad Spain as in Abbasid Baghdad, poetry of the city and of the palace. But another element was added here, the Western love for the softer beauties of nature and for their expression in finely worked out mosaics and in graceful descriptions. It is this that brings the Spanish Arabic poetry nearer to us than the more splendid and glittering verses of the Abbasids, or the cruder and less polished lines of the first Mohammedans. The amount of poetry thus composed in Arab Spain may be gauged by the fact that an anthology made during the first half of the 10th century by Ibn Farai contained 20,000 verses. Cordova, under Abd al-Rahman III and Hakim II, was the counterpart of Baghdad under Harun. "The most learned prince that ever lived," Hakim was so renowned a patron of literature that learned men wandered to him from all over the Arab empire. He collected a library of 400,000 volumes, which had been gathered together by his agents in Egypt, Syria, and Persia, the catalogue of which filled 44 volumes. In Cordova he founded a university and 27 free schools. What wonder that all the sciences, tradition, theology, jurisprudence, and especially history and geography, flourished during his reign. Of the poets of this period there may be mentioned Sa'id ibn Yudi, the pattern of the knight of those days, the poet loved of women; Yahya ibn Hakam, the gazelle; Ahmad ibn Abd Rabih, the author of a commonplace book; Ibn Abdun of Baidis; Ibn Hafaya of Hukhar; Ibn Sa'id of Granada. Kings added a new jewel to their crown and took an honored place among the bards, as Abd al-Rahman I and Mu'tamid (died 1095), the last king of Seville, whose unfortunate life he himself has pictured in most beautiful elegies. Although the short revival under the Almohades (1184 1198) produced such men as Ibn Rushd, the commentator on Aristotle, and Ibn Tofel, who wrote the first Robinson Crusoe story, the sun was already setting. When Ferdinand burned the books which had been so laboriously collected, the dying flame of Arab culture in Spain went out. During the third period, from Mamun (813), under whom the Turkish bodyguards began to wield their baneful influence, until the break-up of the Abbasid Empire in 1258, there are many names but few real poets to be mentioned. The Arab spirit had spent itself, and the Mogul cloud was on the horizon. There were Abdallah ibn al-Mutaz (died 908), Abu Firas (died 967), Al-Tugrai (died 1120), Al-Busiri (died 1279), author of the Burda, poem in praise of Muhammad; but Al-Mutanabi (died 965) alone deserves special mention. The "prophet pretender," for such his name signifies, has been called by Von Hammer the greatest Arabian poet; and there is no doubt that his Diwan, with its 289 poems, was and is widely read in the East. But it is only a depraved taste that can prefer such an epigene to the fresh desert music of Imr al-Kais. Panegyrics, songs of war and of bloodshed, are mostly the themes that he dilates upon. He was in the service of Saif al-Dawla of Syria, and sang his victories over the Byzantine Kaiser. He is the true type of the prince's poet. Withal, the taste for poetic composition grew, though it produced a smaller number of great poets. But it also usurped for itself fields which belonged to entirely different literary forms. Grammar, lexicography, philosophy, and theology were expounded in verse, but the verse was formal, stiff, and unnatural. Poetic composition became a tour de force. This is nowhere better seen than in that species of composition which appeared for the first time in the 11th century, and which so pleased and charmed a degenerate age as to make of the Maqamat the most favorite reading. Ahmad Abu Fadl al-Makhdani, "the wonder of all time," died 1007, composed the first of such sessions. Of his 400, only a few have come down to our time. Abu Muhammad al-Hariri (1030 1121) of Basra is certainly the one who made this species of literature popular. He has been closely imitated in Hebrew by Kharisi (1218) and in Syriac by Ebed Yeshu (1290). Makama means the place where one stands, where assemblies are held, then the discourses delivered or conversations held in such an assembly. The word is used here especially to denote a series of "discourses and conversations composed in a highly finished and ornamental style, and solely for the purpose of exhibiting various kinds of eloquence and exemplifying the rules of grammar, rhetoric, and poetry." Hariri himself speaks of "these maqamat which contain serious language and lightsome, and combine refinement with dignity of style, and brilliancies with jewels of eloquence, and beauties of literature with its rarities, besides quotations from the Koran wherewith I adorn them, and choice metaphors, and Arab proverbs that I interspersed, and literary elegancies, and grammatical riddles, and decisions upon ambiguous legal questions, and original improvisations in highly wrought orations, and plaintive discourses, as well as jocose witticisms." The design is thus purely literary. The 50 "sessions" of Hariri, which are written in rhymed prose interspersed with poetry, contain oratorical, poetical, moral, encomiastic, and satirical discourses, which only the merest thread holds together. Each makama is a unit, and has no necessary connection with that which follows. The thread which so loosely binds them together is the delineation of the character of Abu Zeid, the hero, in his own words. He is one of those wandering minstrels and happy improvisers whom the favor of princes has turned into poetizing beggars. In each makama is related some ruse, by means of which Abu Zeid, because of his wonderful gift of speech, either persuades or forces those whom he meets to pay for his sustenance, and furnish the means for his debauches. Not the least of those thus ensnared is his great admirer Harith ibn Hammam, the narrator of the whole, who is none other than Hariri. Wearied at last with his life of travel, debauch, and deception, Abu Zeid retires to his native city and becomes an ascetic, thus to atone in a measure for his past sins. The whole might be called not improperly a tale, a novel, but the intention of the poet is to show forth the richness and variety of the Arabic language, and his own power over this great mass brings the descriptive, one might almost say the lexicographic side, too much to the front. A poem that can be read either backward or forward, or which contains all the words in the language beginning with a certain letter, may be a wonderful mosaic, but is nothing more. The merit of Hariri lies just in this, that working in such cramped quarters, with such intent and design continually guiding his pen, he has often really done more: he has produced rhymed prose and verses which are certainly elegant in diction and elevated in tone. Such tales as these, told as an exercise of linguistic gymnastics, must not blind us to the presence of real tales, told for their own sake. Arabic literature has been very prolific in these. They lightened the graver subjects discussed in the tent, philosophy, religion, and grammar, and they furnished entertainment for the more boisterous assemblies in the coffee houses and around the bowl. For the Arab is an inveterate story teller, and in nearly all the prose that he writes, this character of the teller shimmers clearly through the work of the writer. He is an elegant narrator. Not only does he intersperse verses and lines more frequently than our own taste would license, by nature he easily falls into the half-hearted poetry of rhymed prose, for which the rich assonances of his language predispose. His own learning was further cultivated by his early contact with Persian literature, through which the fable and the wisdom of India, spoken from the mouths of dumb animals, reached him. In this more frivolous form of inculcating wisdom, the prophet scented danger to his strait-laced demands. Men who bring sportive legends to lead astray from God's path without knowledge and to make a jest of it, for such is shameful woe, is written in the 31st Surah. In vain, for in hours of relaxation such works as the Fables of Bidpal, translated from the Persian in 750 by Abd Allah ibn Mukaffa, the Ten Viziers, the Seven Wise Masters, etc., proved to be food too palatable. Nor were the Arabs wanting in their own peculiar romances, influenced only in some portion of the setting by Persian ideas. Such were the story of Saif ibn di Yazan, the tale of Al-Zir, the romance of Dalma, and especially the romance of Antar, and the Thousand Nights and a Night. The last two romances are excellent commentaries on Arab life, at its dawn and at its fullness, among the roving chiefs of the desert and the homes of revelry in Baghdad. As the rough-hewn poetry of Imr al-Qais and Zuhair is a clearer exponent of the real Arab mind, roving at its own suggestion, than the more perfect and softer lines of a Mutanabi, so is the romance of Antar the full expression of real Arab hero worship. And even in the cities of the Orient to-day, the loungers in their cups can never weary of following the exploits of this black son of the desert, who in his person unites the great virtues of his people, magnanimity and bravery, with the gift of poetic speech. Its tone is elevated, its coarseness has as its origin the outspokenness of unvarnished man. It does not peep through the thin veneer of licentious suggestiveness. It is never trivial even in its long and wearisome descriptions, in its ever recurring outbursts of love. Its language suits its thought, choice and educated, and not descending, as in the Nights, to the common expressions of ordinary speech. In this it resembles the Maqamat of Hariri, though much less artificial and more enjoyable. It is the Arabic romance of chivalry, and may not have been without influence on the spread of the romance of medieval Europe. For though its central figure is a hero of pre-Islamic times, it was put together by the learned philologian Al-Asmai in the days of Harun the Just, at the time when Charlemagne was ruling in Europe. There exist in Arabic literature very few romances of the length of Antar. Though the Arab delights to hear and to recount tales, his tales are generally short and pithy. It is in this shorter form that he delights to inculcate principles of morality and norms of character. He is most adroit at repartee and at pungent replies. He has a way of stating principles which delights while it instructs. The anecdote is at home in the East. Many a favor is gained, many a punishment averted, by a quick answer and a felicitously turned expression. Such anecdotes exist as popular traditions in very large numbers, and he receives much consideration whose mind is well stocked with them. Collections of anecdotes have been put to writing from time to time. Those dealing with the early history of the Caliphate are among the best prose that the Arabs have produced. For pure prose was never greatly cultivated. The literature dealing with their own history, or with the geography and culture of the nations with which they came in contact, is very large, and as a record of facts is most important. Ibn Hisham died 767, Waqidi died 822, Tabari 838 to 923, Masudi died 957, Ibn Atir died 1233, Ibn Khaldun died 1406, Makrisi died 1442, Suyuti died 1505, and Makari died 1631, are only a few of those who have given us large and comprehensive histories. Al-Biruni died 1038, writer, mathematician, and traveler, has left us an account of the India of his day, which has earned for him the title of Herodotus of India, though for careful observation and faithful presentation he stands far above the writer with whose name he is adorned. But nearly all of these historical writers are mere chronologists, dry and wearisome to the general reader. It is only in the preface or exordium, often the most elaborate part of the whole book viewed from a rhetorical standpoint, that they attempt to rise above mere incidents and strive after literary form. Besides the regard in which anecdotes are held, it is considered a mark of education to insert in one's speech, as often as possible, a familiar saying, a proverb, a bon mot. These are largely used in the moral addresses (khutbah) made in the mosque or elsewhere, addresses which take on also the form of rhymed prose. A famous collection of such sayings is attributed to 'Ali, the fourth successor of Muhammad. In these the whole power of the Arab for subtle distinctions in matters of worldly wisdom, and the truly religious feeling of the East are clearly manifested. The propensity of the Arab mind for the tale and the anecdote has had a wider influence in shaping the religious and legal development of Mohammedanism than would appear at first sight. The Quran might well suffice as a directive code for a small body of men whose daily life was simple, and whose organization was of the crudest kind. But even Muhammad in his own later days was called on to supplement the written word by the spoken, to interpret such parts of his book as were unintelligible, to reconcile conflicting statements, and to fit the older legislation to changed circumstances. As the religious head of the community, his dictum became law, And these logia of the Prophet were handed around and handed down as the unwritten law by which his lieutenants were to be guided, in matters not only religious, but also legal; for law to them was part and parcel of religion. This hadith grew apace, until, in the 3rd century of the Hijrah, it was put to writing. Nothing bears weight which has not the stamp of Muhammad's authority, as reported by his near surroundings and his friends. In such a mass of tradition, great care is taken to separate the chaff from the wheat. The chain of tradition (isnad) must be given for each tradition, for each anecdote. But the friends of the Prophet are said to have numbered 7,500, and it has not been easy to keep out fraud and deception. The subjects treated are most varied, sometimes even trivial, but dealing usually with recondite questions of law and morals. 3 great collections of the Hadith have been made: by al-Bukhari (869), Muslim (874), and al-Tirmidhi (892). The first 2 only are considered canonical. From these are derived the 3 great systems of jurisprudence which to this day hold good in the Muhammadan world. The best presentation of the characteristics of Arabic poetry is by W. Albart, Über Poesie und Poetik der Araber, Gotha, 1856. Of Arabic meters, by G. W. Freytag, Darstellung der arabischen Verkunst, Bonn, 1830. Translations of Arabic poetry have been published by J. D. Carlyle, Specimens of Arabic Poetry, Cambridge, 1796. W. A. Clouston, Arabic Poetry, Glasgow, 1881. C. J. Lyle, Translations of Ancient Arabic Poetry, London, 1885. The history of Arabic literature is given in Theodor Nöldecke's Beiträge zur Kenntnis der Poesie der alten Araber, Hannover, 1864, and F. F. Arbuthnot's Arabic Authors, London, 1890. End of section 25. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, June 2011.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Bascom. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 26, Selected Poems from Arabic Literature. Description of a Mountain Storm. From the most celebrated of the Mu'allakat, that of Emir al-Kais, the Wandering King. Translation of C. J. Lyle. O friend, see the lightning there? It flickered and now is gone, as though flashed a pair of hands in the pillar of crowned cloud. Now, was it its blaze, or the lamps of a hermit that dwells alone, and pours o'er the twisted wicks the oil from his slender cruse? We sat there, my fellows and I, 'twixt Darij and Al-Adhaib, and gazed as the distance gloomed, and waited its oncoming. The right of its mighty rain advanced over Katan's ridge. The left of its trailing skirt swept Kadbul and Az-Sitar. Then over Kutaifa's steep the flood of its onset drave, and headlong before its storm the tall trees were borne to ground, and the drift of its waters passed o'er the crags of Al-Kanan, and drave forth the white-legged deer from the refuge they sought therein. And Tama, It left not there the stem of a palm aloft, nor ever a tower, save ours, firm built on the living rock. And when first its misty shroud bore down upon Mount Thabir, he stood like an ancient man in a gray streaked mantle wrapped. The clouds cast their burdens down on the broad plain of Al Gabit, as a trader from Al Yaman unfolds from the bales his store, and the topmost crest, on the morrow, of Al Mujamir's cairn was heaped with the flood-born wrack, like wool on a distaff wound. From the Mu'allaqat of Zuhair, a lament for the desertion through a war of his former home and the haunts of his tribe. Translation of C.J. Lyle. 1. Are they of Affa's tents, these black lines that speak no word in the stony plain of Al Mutathalim and Al Daraj? Yea, and the place where his camp stood in Ar Rachmatan is now like the tracery drawn afresh by the veins of the inner wrist. The wild kine roam there large-eyed, and the deer pass to and fro, and their younglings rise up to suck from the spots where they all lie round. I stood there and gazed, since I saw it last 20 years had flown, and much I pondered thereon. Hard was it to know again, the black stones in order laid in the place where the pot was set, and the trench like a cistern's root with its sides unbroken still. And when I knew it, at last, for his resting place, I cried, "Good greeting to thee, O house! Fair peace in the morn to thee! Look forth, O friend! Canst thou see aught of ladies camel-born, that journey along the upland there, above Jertham well? Their litters are hung with precious stuffs, and their veils thereon cast loosely, their borders rose, as though they were dyed in blood. Sideways they sat, as their beasts clomb the ridge of Az Suban. In them were the sweetness and grace of one nourished in wealth and ease. Then they went on their way at dawn. They started before sunrise. Straight did they make for the vale of Ar Ras, as hand for mouth. Dainty and playful their mood to one who should try its worth, and faces fair to an eye skilled to trace out loveliness. And the tassels of scarlet wool, in the spots where they gat them down, glowed red, like to ishriq seeds, fresh fallen, unbroken, bright. And then they reached the wells, where the deep blue water lies. They cast down their staves, and set them to pitch the tents for rest. On their right hand rose Al Kanan, and the rugged skirts thereof. And in Al Kanan how many are foes and friends of mine! At eve they left Az Suban, then they crossed the ridge again, borne on the fair fashioned litters, all new and builded broad. Certain cantos, to the 6th one, reproach the author of the treachery and quarrel that led to the war and migration. Then follows a series of maxims as to human life and conduct. 6. Aweary am I of life's toil and travail. He who like me has seen pass of years fourscore, well may he be sick of life. I know what today unfolds, and what before it was yesterday, but blind do I stand before the knowledge tomorrow brings. I have seen the dooms trample men as a blind beast at random treads. Whom they smote, he died; whom they missed, he lived on to strengthless eld. Who gathers not friends by help, in many cases of need is torn by the blind beast's teeth, or trodden beneath its foot. And he who his honor shields by the doing of a kindly deed grows richer. Who shuts not the mouth of reviling, it lights on him. And he who is lord of wealth, and niggardly with his hoard, alone he is left by his kin. Naught have they for him but blame. Who keeps faith, no blame he earns. And that man whose heart is led to goodness unmixed with guile, gains freedom and peace of soul. Who trembles before the dooms, yea, him shall they surely seize, albeit he set a ladder to climb the sky. Who spends on unworthy men his kindness with lavish hand, no praise doth he earn, but blame, and repentance the seed thereof. Who will not yield to the spears, when their feet turn to him in peace, shall yield to the points thereof, and the long flashing blades of steel. Who holds not his foe away from his cistern with sword and spear, it is broken and spoiled. Who uses not roughness, him shall men wrong. Who seeks far away from kin for housing, takes foe for friend. Who honors himself not well, no honor gains he from men. Who makes of his soul a beast of burden to bear men's loads, nor shields it one day from shame, yea, sorrow shall be his lot. Whatso be the shaping of mind that a man is born withal, though he think it lies hid from men, it shall surely one day be known. How many a man seemed goodly to thee while he held his peace, whereof thou didst learn the more or less when he turned to speech. The tongue is a man's one half, the other the heart within. Besides these two, naught is left but a semblance of flesh and blood. If a man be old and a fool, his folly is past all cure. But a young man may yet grow wise, and cast off his foolishness. 7. We asked, and ye gave. We asked again, and ye gave again. But the end of much asking must be that no giving shall follow it. Tarafa ibn al-Abd. A rebuke to a mischief maker. Translation of C.J. Lyle. The craft of thy busy tongue has sundered from home and kin the cousins of both thy houses, Amer, Of, and Malik's son. For thou to thy dearest art a wind of the bitter north, that sweeps from the Syrian hills and wrinkles our cheeks and brows. But balmy art thou, and mild to strangers, a gracious breeze that brings from the Gulf shore showers and fills with its rain our streams. And this of a truth I know, no fancy is it of mine. Who holds mean his kith and kin, the meanest of men is he. And surely a foolish tongue, when rules not its idle prate discretion, but shows men where thou dwellest with none to guard. Labid. A lament for the afflictions of his tribe, the Amir. From the Divan. Translation of C.J. Lyle. Yea, the righteous shall keep the way of the righteous, and to God turn the steps of all that abideth. And to God ye return too, with him only rest the issues of things, and all that they gather. All that is in the book of knowledge is reckoned, and before him revealed lies all that is hidden. Both the days when his gifts of goodness on those whom he exalts are as palms full freighted with sweetness, young, burdened with fruit, their heads bowed with clusters, swelled to bursting, the tallest e'en as the lesser, and the day when avails the sin-spotted only prayer for pardon and grace to lead him to mercy, and the good deed he wrought to witness before him, and the pity of him who is compassion. Yea, a place in his shade, the best to abide in, and a heart still and steadfast, right-weaning, honest. Is there aught good in life? Yea, I have seen it, even I, if the seeing bring aught of profit. Long has life been to me, and this is its burthen. Lone against time abide Tiar, and Yaram-ram, and Kulaf, and Badi the mighty, and Dalfa, yea, and Timar, that towers aloft over Kuba. Footnote 1. The 5 names foregoing are those of mountains. And the stars, marching all night in procession, drooping westwards, as each hies forth to his setting, sure and steadfast their course, the underworld draws them gently downwards, as maidens encircling the pillar. And we know not, when as their lustre is vanished, whether long be the ropes that bind them, or little. Lone is Amir, and naught is left of her goodness in the meadows of Al-Araf but her dwellings, ruined shadows of tents and pen-folds and shelters, bough from bough rent, and spoiled by wind and by weather. Gone is Amir, her ancients gone, all the wisest. None remain but a folk whose war mares are fillies, yet they slay them in every breach in our rampart. Yea, and they that bestride them, true-hearted helpers, they contemn not their kin when change comes upon them, nor do we scorn the ties of blood and of succor. Now on Amir be peace, and praises, and blessing, wherever be on earth her way, or her halting. End of Section 26. Recording by Jean Bascom, Potomac, Maryland. Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Bascom. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 27. Selected Poems from Arabic Literature. A Fair Lady, from the Mu'allaqat of Antara. Translation of E. H. Palmer. 'Twas then her beauties first enslaved my heart, those glittering pearls and ruby lips, whose kiss was sweeter far than honey to the taste. As when the merchant opes a precious box of perfume, such an odor from her breath comes toward me, harbinger of her approach. Or, like an untouched meadow, where the rain hath fallen freshly on the fragrant herbs that carpet all its pure untrodden soil, a meadow where the fragrant raindrops fall like coins of silver in the quiet pools, and irrigate it with perpetual streams, a meadow where the sportive insects hum, like listless topers singing o'er their cups, and ply their forelegs like a man who tries with maimed hand to use the flint and steel. The death of Abdallah, and what manner of man he was. From the original poem of Duraid, son of Az Simaa of Jusharn. Translation of C. J. Lyle. I warned them both, Arid and the men who went Arid's way, the house of the Black Mother. Yea, ye are all my witnesses. I said to them, think! Even now 2,000 are on your track, all laden with sword and spear, their captains in Persian mail. But when they would hearken not, I followed their road, though I knew well they were fools, and that I walked not in wisdom's way. For am I not but one of the Gaziyah? And if they err, I err with my house, and if the Gaziyah go right, so I. I read them my rede one day at Munaraj al-Liwa. The morrow at noon they saw my counsel as I had seen. A shout rose, and voices cried, "The horsemen have slain a knight!" I said, "Is it Abdallah, the man whom you say is slain?" I sprang to his side. The spears had riddled his body through, as a weaver on outstretched web deftly plies the sharp-toothed comb. I stood as a camel stands with fear in her heart, and seeks the stuffed skin with eager mouth, and thinks, "Is her youngling slain?" I plied spear above him till the riders had left their prey, and over myself black blood flowed in a dusky tide. I fought as a man who gives his life for his brother's life, who knows that his time is short, that death's doom above him hangs. But know ye, if Abdallah be dead, and his place a void, no weakling unsure of hand, and no holder back was he. Alert, keen, his loins well grit, his leg to the middle bare, unblemished and clean of limb, a climber to all things high, no wailer before ill luck, one mindful in all he did to think how his work to-day would live in to-morrow's tale, content to bear hunger's pain though meat lay beneath his hand, to labor in ragged shirt that those whom he served might rest. If dearth laid her hand on him, and famine devoured his store, he gave but the gladlier what little to him they spared. He dealt as a youth with youth, until, when his head grew hoar, and age gathered o'er his brow, to lightness he said, "Begone." Yea, somewhat it soothed my soul, that never I said to him, "Thou liest," nor grudged him aught of mine that he sought of me. Ash-Shanfara of Azd, a picture of womanhood, from the Mufadaliyat, translation of C.J. Lyle. Alas! Amr set her face to depart, and went. Gone is she, and when she sped, she left with us no farewell. Her purpose was quickly shaped, no warning gave she to friends, though there she had dwelt hard by, her camels all day with ours. Yea, thus in our eyes she dwelt, from morning to noon and eve. She brought to an end her tale, and fleeted, and left us lone. So gone is Umayma, gone, and leaves here a heart in pain. My life was to yearn for her, and now its delight is fled. She won me whenas shamefaced, no maid to let fall her veil, no wanton to glance behind, she walked forth with steady tread. Her eyes seek the ground, as though they looked for a thing lost there. She turns not to left or right, her answer is brief and low. She rises before day dawns to carry her supper forth to wives who have need, dear alms, when such gifts are few enow. Afar from the voice of blame, her tent stands for all to see, when many a woman's tent is pitched in the place of scorn. No gossip to bring him shame from her does her husband dread, when mention is made of women, pure and unstained is she. The day done, at eve glad comes he home to his eye's delight. He needs not to ask of her, "Say, where didst thou pass the day?" And slender is she where meet, and full where it so beseems, and tall and straight, of fairy shape, if such on earth there be. And night long as we sat there, methought that the tent was roofed above with basil sprays, all fragrant in dewy eve, sweet basil, from Halia dale, its branches abloom and fresh, that fills all the place with balm, no starveling of desert sands. Zaynab at the Kaaba. From Umar ibn Rabia's Love Poems. Translation of W. Gifford Palgrave. Ah, for the throes of a heart sorely wounded! Ah, for the eyes that have smit me with madness! Gently she moves in the calmness of beauty, moved as the bough to the light breeze of morning. Dazzled my eyes as they gazed, till before me all was a mist and confusion of figures. Ne'er had I sought her, ne'er had she sought me. Fated the love and the hour and the meeting. There I beheld her, as she and her damsels paced twixt the temple and outer enclosure, damsels the fairest, the loveliest, gentlest, passing like slow wandering heifers at evening, ever surrounding with comely observance her whom they honor, the peerless of women. Omar is near, let us mar his devotions, cross on his path that he needs must observe us. Give him a signal, my sister, demurely. Signals I gave, but he marked not or heeded, answered the damsel, and hasted to meet me. Ah, for that night by the vale of the sandhills! Ah, for the dawn when in silence we parted! He whom the morn may awake to her kisses drinks from the cup of the blessed in heaven. The Unveiled Maid. From Umar ibn Rabia's Love Poems. Translation of W. Gifford Palgrave. In the valley of Mohasib I beheld her where she stood. Caution bade me turn aside, but love forbade, and fixed me there. Was it sunlight, or the windows of a gleaming mosque at eve, lighted up for festal worship? Or was all my fancy's dream? Ah, those earrings! Ah, that necklace! Nophel's daughter, sure the maid, or of Hashim's princely lineage, and the servant of the sun. But a moment flashed the splendor, as the o'er hasty handmaids drew round her with a jealous hand the jealous curtains of the tent. Speech nor greeting passed between us, but she saw me, and I saw face the loveliest of all faces, hands the fairest of all hands. Daughter of a better earth, and nurtured by a brighter sky. Would I ne'er had seen thy beauty! Hope is fled, but love remains. From the Divan of Al Nabigah. a eulogy of the valor and culture of the men of Gassan, written in the time of the poet's political exile from them. Translation of C.J. Lyle. Leave me alone, O Umima, alone with my sleepless pain, alone with the livelong night and the wearily lingering stars. It draws on its length of gloom, methinks it will never end, nor ever the star herd lead his flock to their folds of rest. Alone, with a breast whose griefs, that roamed far afield by day, the darkness has brought all home, in legions they throng around. A favor I have with Emmer, a favor his father bore toward me of old, a grace that carried no scorpion sting. I swear, and my word is true, an oath that hath no reserve, and naught in my heart is hid save fair thought of him, my friend. If these twain his father were, who lie in their graves, the one Al Jilik, the others Al Saida, by Harib's side, and Harith of Japhna's line, the lord of his folk of old, yea, surely his might shall reach the home of his enemy. In him hope is sure of help, when men say, the host is sped, the horsemen of Gassan's line unblemished, no hireling herd, his cousins all near of kin, their chief Amer, Amir's son, a people are they whose might in battle shall never fail. When goes forth the host to war, above them in circles wheel battalions of eagles, pointing the path to battalions more. Their friendship is old and tried, fast comrades, in foray bred to look unafraid on blood, as hounds to the chase well trained. Behold them, how they sit there, behind where their armies meet, watching with eyes askance, like elders in gray furs, rapt, intent. For they know full well that those whom they follow, when the clash of hosts shall come, will bear off the victory. Ay, well is that custom known, a usage that time has proved, when lances are laid in rest on withers of steeds a row, of steeds in the spear play skilled, with lips for the fight drawn back, their bodies with wounds all scarred, some bleeding and some half healed. And down leap the riders, where the battle is straight and stern, and spring in the face of death, like stallions amid the herd. Between them they give and take deep draughts of the wine of doom, as their hands ply the white swords, thin and keen in the smiting edge. In shards fall the morions burst by the fury of blow on blow, and down to the eyebrows cleft fly shattered the skulls beneath. In them no defect is found, save only that in their swords are notches, a many, gained from smiting of host on host. An heirloom of old those blades, from the fight of Halima's day, and many the melee fierce that since has their temper proved. Therewith do they cleave in twain the hauberk of double woof, and kindle the rock beneath to fire ere the stroke is done. A nature is theirs, God gives the like to no other men, a wisdom that never sleeps, a bounty that never fails. Their home is God's own land, his chosen of old, their faith is steadfast. Their hope is set on naught but the world to come. Their sandals are soft and fine, and girded with chastity. They welcome with garlands sweet the dawn of the Feast of Palms. There greets them when they come home full many a hand made fine, and ready on trestles hang the mantles of scarlet silk. Yea, softly they wrap their limbs, well knowing of wealth and ease in rich raiment, white sleeved, green at the shoulder, in royal guise. They look not on weal as men who know not that woe comes too. They look not on evil days as though they would never mend. Lo, this was my gift to Gassan, what time I sought my people, and all my paths were darkened, and strait my ways. Nusaib. The poem characterizes the separation of a wife and mother, a slave, from her family. Translation of C.J. Lyle. They said last night, "Tomorrow, at first of dawning, or maybe at eventide, must Layla go." My heart at the word lay helpless, as lies a Katah in a net night long, and struggles with fast bound wing. Two nestlings she left alone, in a nest far distant, a nest which the winds smite, tossing it to and fro. They hear but the whistling breeze, and stretch necks to greet her. But she they await, the end of her days is come. So lies she, and neither gains in the night her longing, nor brings her the morning any release from pain. Vengeance, by Alfind of the Ziman tribe. Translation of C.J. Lyle. Forgiveness had we for Hind's sons. We said, the men our brothers are. The days may bring that yet again they may be the folk that once they were. But when the ill stood clear and plain, and naked wrong was bold to brave, and naught was left but bitter hate, we paid them in the coin they gave. We strode as stalks a lion forth, at dawn, a lion wrathful eyed. Blows rained we, dealing shame on shame, and humbling pomp and quelling pride. Too kind a man may be with fools, and nerve them but to flout him more. And mischief oft may bring thee peace, when mildness works not folly's cure. Patience, from Ibrahim son of Cunayf of Naban. Translation of C.J. Lyle. Be patient, for free-born men to bear is the fairest thing, and refuge against time's wrong or help from his hurt is none. And if it availed man aught to bow him to fluttering fear, or if he could ward off hurt by humbling himself to ill, to bear with a valiant front the full brunt of every stroke and onset of fate were still the fairest and best of things. But how much the more, when none outruns by a span his doom, and refuge from God's decree nor was nor will ever be? And sooth, if the changing days have wrought us their wonted way, a lot mixed of weal and woe, yet one thing they could not do. They have not made soft or weak the stock of our sturdy spear. They have not abased our hearts to doing of deeds of shame. We offer to bear their weight, a handful of noble souls. Though laden beyond all weight of man, they uplift the load. So shield we with patience fair our souls from the stroke of shame. Our honors are whole and sound, though others be lean enow. Abu Sakr, on a lost love. From the Hamasa. Translation of C.J. Lyle. By him who brings weeping and laughter, who deals death and life as he wills, she left me to envy the wild deer that graze twain and twain without fear. O love of her, heighten my heart's pain, and strengthen the pang every night. O comfort that day brings, forgetting, the last of all days be thy tryst. I marveled how swiftly the time sped between us the moment we met. But when that brief moment was ended, how wearily dragged he his feet. An Address to the Beloved, by Abu Lata of Sind. From the Hamasa. Translation of C.J. Lyle. Of thee did I dream, while spears between us were quivering, and sooth, of our blood full deep had drunk the tawny shafts. I know not, by heaven I swear, and here's the word I say, this pang, is it love sickness, or wrought by a spell from thee? If it be a spell, then grant me grace of thy love longing. If other the sickness be, then none is the guilt of thine. A Foray, by Jafar ibn Ulba. From the Hamasa. Translation of C.J. Lyle. That even when, under Sabal's twin peaks, upon us drave the horsemen troop upon troop, and the foemen pressed us sore, they said to us, two things lie before you, now must ye choose the points of the spears couched at ye, or if ye will not, chains. We answered them, yea, this thing may fall to you after the fight, when men shall be left on the ground, and none shall arise again. But we know not, if we quail before the assault of death, how much may be left of life. The goal is too dim to see. We rode to the strait of battle. There cleared us a space around the white swords in our hands, which the smiths had furbished fair. On them fell the edge of my blade, on that day of Sabal date, and mine was the share thereof, wherever my fingers closed. Fatality by Qatari ibn al-Fuja'a ibn Mazin, from the Hamasa, translation of C.J. Lyle. I said to her, when she fled in amaze and breathless before the array of battle, "Why dost thou tremble? Yea, if but a day of life thou shouldst beg with weeping, beyond what thy doom appoints, thou wouldst not gain it. Be still then, and face the onset of death high-hearted, for none upon earth shall win to abide forever. No raiment of praise the cloak of old age and weakness, none such for the coward who bows like a reed in the tempest. The pathway of death is set for all men to travel. The crier of death proclaims through the earth his empire. Who dies not when young and sound, dies old and weary, cut off in his length of days from all love and kindness, and what for a man is left of delight of living, past use, flung away, a worthless and worn-out chattel? Implacability by al-Fadl ibn al-Abbas ibn Utbah, from the Hamasa, translation of C.J. Lyle. Sons of our uncle, peace. Cousins of ours, be still. Drag not to light from its grave the strife that we buried there. Hope not for honor from us, while ye heap upon us shame, or think that we shall forbear from vexing when ye vex us. Sons of our uncle, peace. Lay not our rancor raw. Walk now gently awhile, as once ye were wont to go. Ay, God knows that we love you not, in sooth, and that we blame ye not that ye have no love for us. Each of us has his ground for loathing his fellow moves. A grace it is from the Lord that we hate ye, ye us. Parental affection. A poem by Hitan ibn al-Mu'alla of Tayi, from the Hamasa, translation of C.J. Lyle. Fortune has brought me down, her wonted way, from stature high and great to low estate. Fortune has rent away my plenteous store, of all my wealth, honor alone is left. Fortune has turned my joy to tears. How oft did Fortune make me laugh with what she gave! But for these girls, the Kata's downy brood, unkindly thrust from door to door as hard, far would I roam and wide to seek my bread in earth that has no lack of breadth and length. Nay, but our children in our midst, what else but our hearts are they, walking on the ground? If but the breeze blow harsh on one of them, mine eye says no to slumber all night long. A Tribesman's Valor. Poem by Saad, son of Malik, of the Qais tribe. Translation of C.J. Lyle. How evil a thing is war, that bows men to shameful rest! War burns away in her blaze all glory and boasting of men. Naught stands but the valiant heart to face pain, the hard-hoofed steed, the ring-mail set close and firm, the nail-crowned helms and the spears. An onset again after rout, when men shrink from the serried array. Then, fall away all the vile, the hirelings, and shame is strong. War girds up her skirts before them, and evil unmixed is bare. For their hearts were for maidens veiled, not for driving the gathered spoil. Yea, evil the heirs we leave, sons of Yakshar and al-Laksh. But let flee her fires who will, no flinching for me, son of Qais. O children of Qais, stand firm before her, gain peace or give. Who seeks flight before her fear, his doom stands and bars the road. Away! Death allows no quitting of place, and brands are bare. What is life for us when the uplands and valleys are ours no more? Ah, where are the mighty now, the spears and generous hands? End of Section 27. Recording by Jean Bascom, Potomac, Maryland.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 28. Excerpts from the Koran. Translation of George Saul. Chapter 35. Entitled The Creator, revealed at Mecca. In the name of the most merciful God. Praise be unto God, the Creator of heaven and earth, who maketh the angels his messengers, furnished with 2 and 3 and 4 pair of wings. God maketh what addition he pleaseth unto his creatures, for God is almighty. The mercy which God shall freely bestow on mankind, there is none who can withhold. And what he shall withhold, there is none who can bestow besides him. And he is the mighty, the wise. O men, remember the favour of God towards you. Is there any creator besides God, who provideth food for you from heaven and earth? There is no God but he. How therefore are ye turned aside from acknowledging his unity? If they accuse thee of imposture, apostles before thee have also been accused of imposture, and unto God shall all living things return. O men, verily the promise of God is true. Let not therefore the present life deceive you, neither let the deceiver deceive you concerning God. For Satan is an enemy unto you, wherefore hold him for an enemy. He only inviteth his confederates to be the inhabitants of hell. For those who believe not there is prepared a severe torment. But for those who shall believe and do that which is right is prepared mercy and a great reward. Shall he therefore, for whom his evil work hath been prepared, and who imagineth it to be good, be as he who is rightly disposed, and discerneth the truth? Verily, God will cause to err whom he pleaseth, and will direct whom he pleaseth. Let not thy soul therefore be spent in sighs for their sakes, on account of their obstinacy, for God well knoweth that which they do. It is God who sendeth the winds, and raiseth a cloud, and we drive the same unto a dead country, and thereby quicken the earth after it hath been dead. So shall the resurrection be. Whoever desireth excellence, unto God doth all excellence belong. Unto him ascendeth the good speech, and the righteous work will he exalt. But as for them who devise wicked plots, they shall suffer a severe punishment, and the device of those men shall be rendered vain. God created you first of the dust, and afterwards of seed, and he hath made you man and wife. No female conceiveth or bringeth forth but with his knowledge. Nor is anything added unto the age of him whose life is prolonged, neither is anything diminished from his age, but the same is written in the book of God's decrees. Verily this is easy with God. The 2 seas are not to be held in comparison. This is fresh and sweet, pleasant to drink, but that is salt and bitter. Yet out of each of them ye eat fish, and take ornaments for you to wear. Thou seest the ships also ploughing the waves thereof, that ye may seek to enrich yourselves by commerce, of the abundance of God. Peradventure ye will be thankful. He causeth the night to succeed the day, he causeth the day to succeed the night, and he obligeth the sun and the moon to perform their services, each of them runneth an appointed course. This is God your Lord, his is the kingdom. But the idols which ye invoke besides him have not the power even over the skin of a date stone. If ye invoke them, they will not hear your calling, and although they should hear, yet they would not answer you. On the day of resurrection they shall disclaim your having associated them with God, and none shall declare unto thee the truth, like one who is well acquainted therewith. O men, ye have need of God, but God is self-sufficient, and to be praised. If he pleaseth, he can take you away, and produce a new creature in your stead; neither will this be difficult with God. A burdened soul shall not bear the burden of another; and if a heavy burdened soul call on another to bear part of its burden, No part thereof shall be borne by the person who shall be called on, although he be ever so nearly related. Thou shalt admonish those who fear their Lord in secret, and are constant at prayer, and whoever cleanseth himself from the guilt of disobedience, cleanseth himself to the advantage of his own soul. For all shall be assembled before God at the last day. The blind and the seeing shall not be held equal, neither darkness and light, nor the cool shade and the scorching wind, neither shall the living and the dead be held equal. God shall cause him to hear whom he pleaseth, but thou shalt not make those to hear who are in their graves. Thou art no other than a preacher. Verily, we have sent thee with truth, a bearer of good tidings, and a denouncер of threats. There hath been no nation, but a preacher hath in past times been conversant among them. If they charge thee with imposture, they who were before them likewise charged their apostles with imposture. Their apostles came unto them with evident miracles, and with divine writings, and with the enlightening book. Afterwards I chastised those who were unbelievers, and how severe was my vengeance! Dost thou not see that God sendeth down rain from heaven, and that we thereby produce fruits of various colours? In the mountains also there are some tracts, white and red, of various colours, and others are of a deep black. And of men and beasts and cattle there are, whose colours are in like manner various. Such only of his servants fear God, as are endued with understanding. Verily, God is mighty and ready to forgive. Verily, they who read the book of God, and are constant at prayer, and give alms out of what we have bestowed on them, both in secret and openly, hope for a merchandise which shall not perish, that God may fully pay them their wages, and make them a superabundant addition of his liberality: for he is ready to forgive the faults of his servant, and to requite their endeavours. That which we have revealed unto thee of the book of the Koran is the truth, confirming the scriptures which were revealed before it: for God knoweth and regardeth his servants. And we have given the book of the Koran in heritage unto such of our servants as we have chosen. Of them there is one who injureth his own soul, and there is another of them who keepeth the middle way, and there is another of them who outstrippeth others in good works, by the permission of God. This is the great excellence. They shall be introduced into gardens of perpetual abode. They shall be adorned therein with bracelets of gold and pearls, and their clothing therein shall be silk. And they shall say, Praise be unto God, who hath taken away sorrow from us. Verily, our Lord is ready to forgive the sinners, and to reward the obedient; who hath caused us to take up our rest in a dwelling of eternal stability, through his bounty, wherein no labour shall touch us, neither shall any weariness affect us. But for the unbelievers is prepared the fire of hell: it shall not be decreed them to die a second time, neither shall any part of the punishment thereof be made lighter unto them. Thus shall every infidel be rewarded: and they shall cry out aloud in hell, saying, Lord, take us hence, and we will work righteousness, and not what we have formerly wrought. But it shall be answered them, Did we not grant you lives of length sufficient, that whoever would be warned might be warned therein? And did not the preacher come unto you? Taste therefore the pains of hell, and the unjust shall have no protector. Verily God knoweth the secrets both of heaven and earth, for he knoweth the innermost parts of the breasts of men. It is he who hath made you to succeed in the earth. Whoever shall disbelieve, on him be his unbelief, and their unbelief shall only gain the unbelievers greater indignation in the sight of their Lord, and their unbelief shall only increase the perdition of the unbelievers. Say, what think ye of your deities which ye invoke besides God? Show me what part of the earth they have created, or had they any share in the creation of the heavens? Have we given unto the idolaters any book of revelations, so that they may rely on any proof therefrom to authorize their practice? Nay, but the ungodly make unto one another only deceitful promises. Verily God sustaineth the heavens and the earth, lest they fail: and if they should fail, none could support the same besides him: he is gracious and merciful. The Koreish swore by God with a most solemn oath, that if a preacher had come unto them, they would surely have been more willingly directed than any nation. But now a preacher is come unto them, it hath only increased in them their aversion from the truth, their arrogance in the earth, and their contriving of evil. But the contrivance of evil shall only encompass the authors thereof. Do they expect any other than the punishment awarded against the unbelievers of former times? For thou shalt not find any change in the ordinance of God, neither shalt thou find any variation in the ordinance of God. Have they not gone through the earth, and seen what hath been the end of those who were before them? although they were more mighty in strength than they? God is not to be frustrated by anything either in heaven or on earth, for he is wise and powerful. If God should punish men according to what they deserve, he would not leave on the back of the earth so much as a beast, but he respiteth them to a determined time, and when their time shall come, verily God will regard his servants. Chapter 55, entitled The Merciful, revealed at Mecca. In the name of the most merciful God. The Merciful hath taught his servant the Koran. He created man. He hath taught him distinct speech. The sun and the moon run their courses according to a certain rule, and the vegetables which creep on the ground, and the trees submit to his disposition. He also raised the heaven, and he appointed the balance, that ye should not transgress in respect to the balance: wherefore observe a just weight, and diminish not the balance. And the earth hath he prepared for living creatures. Therein are various fruits and palm trees bearing sheaths of flowers, and grain having chaff and leaves. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? He created man of dried clay like an earthen vessel, but he created the Genii of fire clear from smoke. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? He is the Lord of the East and the Lord of the West. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? He has let loose the two seas, that they meet each another: between them is placed a bar which they cannot pass. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? From them are taken forth unions and lesser pearls. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? His also are the ships, carrying their sails aloft in the sea like mountains. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Every creature which liveth on the earth is subject to decay, but the glorious and honourable countenance of thy Lord shall remain for ever. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Unto him do all creatures which are in heaven and earth make petition: every day is he employed in some new work. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? We will surely attend to judge you, O men and Genii, at the last day. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? O ye collected body of Genii and men, if ye be able to pass out of the confines of heaven and earth, pass forth: ye shall not pass forth but by absolute power. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? A flame of fire without smoke, and a smoke without flame shall be sent down upon you, and ye shall not be able to defend yourselves therefrom. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? And when the heaven shall be rent in sunder, and shall become red as a rose, and shall melt like ointment: which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? On that day neither man nor genius shall be asked concerning his sin. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? The wicked shall be known by their marks, and they shall be taken by the forelocks and the feet, and shall be cast into hell. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? This is hell which the wicked deny as a falsehood: they shall pass to and fro between the same and hot boiling water. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? But for him who dreadeth the tribunal of his Lord are prepared 2 gardens. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? In each of them shall be 2 fountains flowing. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? In each of them shall there be of every fruit 2 kinds. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? They shall repose on couches, the linings whereof shall be of thick silk interwoven with gold: and the fruit of the 2 gardens shall be near at hand to gather. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Therein shall receive them beauteous damsels, refraining their eyes from beholding any besides their spouses, whom no man shall have deflowered before them, neither any Jinn. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Having complexions like rubies and pearls. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Shall the reward of good works be any other good? Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? And besides these there shall be 2 other gardens. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Of a dark green. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? In each of them shall be 2 fountains pouring forth plenty of water. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? In each of them shall be fruits, and palm trees, and pomegranates. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Therein shall be agreeable and beauteous damsels. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Whom no man shall have deflowered before their destined spouses, nor any Jinn. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Therein shall they delight themselves, lying on green cushions and beautiful carpets. Which therefore of your Lord's benefits will ye ungratefully deny? Blessed be the name of thy Lord, possessed of glory and honor. Chapter 84, entitled The Rending in Sunder, revealed at Mecca. In the name of the most merciful God. When the heaven shall be rent in sunder, and shall obey its Lord, and shall be capable thereof, and when the earth shall be stretched out, and shall cast forth that which is therein, and shall remain empty, and shall obey its Lord, and shall be capable thereof. O man, verily, labouring thou labourest to meet thy Lord, and thou shalt meet him. And he who shall have his book given into his right hand shall be called to an easy account, and shall turn unto his family with joy. But he who shall have his book given him behind his back shall invoke destruction to fall upon him, and he shall be sent into hell to be burned, because he rejoiced insolently amidst his family on earth. Verily he thought he should never return unto God. Yea, verily, but his Lord beheld him. Wherefore I swear by the redness of the sky after sunset, and by the night, and the animals which it driveth together, and by the moon when she is in the full, ye shall surely be transferred successively from state to state. What aileth them therefore that they believe not the resurrection, and that, when the Koran is read unto them, they worship not? Yea, the unbelievers accuse the same of imposture, but God well knoweth the malice which they keep hidden in their breasts. Wherefore denounce unto them a grievous punishment, except those who believe and do good works: for them is prepared a never failing reward. Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Jong Link. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 29. Excerpts from the Maqamat by Al-Hariri of Basra. The Prayer of Al-Hariri. From the Maqamat of Al-Hariri of Basra. Translation of Theodore Preston. We praise thee, O God, for whatever perspicuity of language thou hast taught us, and whatever eloquence thou hast inspired us with, as we praise thee for the bounty which thou hast diffused, and the mercy which thou hast spread abroad, and we pray thee to guard us from extravagant expressions and frivolous superfluities, as we pray thee to guard us from the shame of incapacity and the disgrace of hesitation. And we entreat thee to exempt us from temptation by the flattery of the admirer or connivance of the indulgent, as we entreat thee to exempt us from exposure to the sight of the detractor or aspersion of the defamer. And we ask thy forgiveness should our frailties betray us into ambiguities, as we ask thy forgiveness should our steps advance to the verge of improprieties, and we beg thee freely to bestow propitious succor to lead us aright, and a heart turning in unison with truth, and a language adorned with veracity, and style supported by conclusiveness, and accuracy that may exclude incorrectness, and firmness of purpose that may overcome caprice, and sagacity whereby we may attain discrimination, that thou wilt aid us by the guidance unto right conceptions, and enable us with thy help to express them with clearness, and thou wilt guard us from error in narration, and keep us from folly even in pleasantry, so that we may be safe from the censure of sarcastic tongues, and secure from the fatal effects of false ornament,
and may not resort to any improper source, and occupy no position that would entail regret, nor be assailed by any ill consequences or blame, nor be constrained to apology for inconsideration. O God, fulfill for us this our desire, and put us in possession of this our earnest wish, and exclude us not from thy ample shade, nor leave us to become the prey of the devourer. For we stretch to thee the hand of entreaty, and profess entire submission to thee, and contrition of spirit, and seek with humble supplication and appliances of hope the descent of thy vast grace and comprehensive bounty. The words of Harith ibn Haman, from the Maqamat of Al-Hariri of Bara. Translation of Theodore Preston. On a night whose aspect displayed both light and shade, and whose moon was like a magic circlet of silver, I was engaged in evening conversation at Kofa, with companions who had been nourished on the milk of eloquence. So the charms of conversation fascinated us, while wakefulness still prevailed among us, until the moon had at length disappeared in the west. But when the gloom of night had thus drawn its curtain, and nothing but slumber remained abroad, we heard from the door the low call of a benighted traveller, and then followed the knock of one seeking admission. And we answered, "Who comes here this darksome evening?" And the stranger replied, "Listen ye who here are dwelling, may you so be kept from ill, so may mischief ne'er befall you, long as life your breast shall fill. Gloom of dismal night and dreary drives a wretch to seek your door, whose dishevelled hoary tresses all with dust are sprinkled o'er, who though destitute and lonely, far has roamed on hill and dale, till his form become thus crooked, and his cheek thus deadly pale, who though faint as slender crescent, ventures here for aid to sue, hospitable meal and shelter, claiming first of all from you. Welcome then to food and dwelling, one so worthy both to share, sure to prove content and thankful, sure to laud your friendly care." Fascinated then by the sweetness of his language and delivery, and readily inferring what this prelude betokened, we hastened to open the door, and received him with welcome, saying to the servant, "Hi, hi, bring whatever is ready." But the stranger said, "By him who brought me to your abode, I will not taste of your hospitality, unless you pledge to me that you will not permit me to be an encumbrance to you, nor impose on yourselves necessity of eating on my account." Now it was just as if he had been informed of our wishes, or had shot from the same bow as our sentiments, so we gratified him by acceding to the condition, and highly commended him for his accommodating disposition. But when the servant had produced what was ready, and the candle was lighted up in the midst of us, I regarded him attentively, and lo, it was Abu Zayed. Whereupon I addressed my companions in these words, "May you have joy of the guest who has repaired to you, for though the moon of the heavens has set, the full moon of poetry has arisen, and though the moon of the eclipse has disappeared, the full moon of eloquence has shone forth." So the wine of joy infused itself into them, and sleep fell away from the corners of their eyes, and they rejected the slumber which they had contemplated, and began to resume the pleasantry which they had laid aside, while Abu Zayed remained intent on the business in hand. But as soon as he desired the removal of what was before him, I said to him, "Entertain us with one of thy strange anecdotes, or with an account of one of thy wonderful journeys." And he said, "The result of long journeys brought me to this land, myself being in a state of hunger and distress, and my wallet light as the heart of the mother of Moses. So I arose, when dark night had settled on the world, though with weary feet, to seek a lodging, or obtain a loaf, till being driven on by the instigation of hunger, and by fate, so justly called the parent of adventures, I stood at the door of a house, and improvised these words: "Inmates of this abode, all hail, all hail! Long may you live in plenty's verdant vale. O grant your aid to one by toil oppressed, wayworn, benighted, destitute, distressed, whose tortured entrails only hunger hold, for since he tasted food, 2 days are told. A wretch who finds not where to lay his head, though brooding night her weary wing hath spread, but roams in anxious hope a friend to meet, whose bounty, like a spring of water sweet, may heal his woes, a friend who straight will say, Come in, 'tis time thy staff aside to lay. But there came out to me a boy in a short tunic, who said, By him who hospitable rites ordained, and first of all and best those rites maintained, I swear that friendly converse and a home is all we have for those who nightly roam. And I replied, What can I do with an empty house, and a host who is himself thus utterly destitute? But what is thy name, boy? For thy intelligence charms me. He replied, My name is Zaid, and I was reared at Faid. And my mother, Bara, who is such as her name implies, told me she married one of the nobles of Sarong and Ghassan, who deserted her stealthily, and there was an end of him. Now I know by these distinct signs that he was my child, but my poverty deterred me from discovering myself to him. Then we asked if he wished to take his son to live with him, and he replied, If only my purse were heavy enough, it would be easy for me to undertake the charge of him. So we severally undertook to contribute a portion of it, whereupon he returned thanks for this our bounty, and was so profusely lavish in his acknowledgments that we thought his expression of gratitude excessive. And as soon as he had collected the coin into his scrip, he looked at me as the deceiver looks at the deceived, and laughed heartily, and then indited these lines. O thou who deceived, by a tale hast believed a mirage to be truly a lake, though I ne'er had expected my fraud undetected, or doubtful my meaning to make. I confess that I lied when I said that my bride and my firstborn were Bara and Zaid. But guile is my part, and deception my art, and by these are my gains ever made. Such schemes I devised that the cunning and wise never practised the like or conceived, nor Asmai nor Comite any wonders relate like those that my wiles have achieved. But of these I disdain, I abandon my gain, and by fortune at once am refused. Then pardon their use, and accept my excuse, nor of guilt let my guile be accused. Then he took leave of me, and went away from me, leaving in my heart the embers of lasting regret. End of section 29. Recording by Tina Jong Link.
Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Gradwell. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 30. The Caliph Omar bin Abd al-Aziz and the Poets. From the Arabian Nights, translated by Sir Richard Burton. The Caliph Omar bin Abd al-Aziz and the Poets. A semi-poetical tale. Translation of Sir Richard Burton in Supplemental Nights to the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night. It is said that when the Caliphate devolved on Omar bin Abd al-Aziz, of whom Allah accept, the poets resorted to him as they had been used to resort to the Caliphs before him, and abode at his door days and days. But he suffered them not to enter till there came to him Adi bin Ata, who stood high in esteem with him. Jarir, another poet, accosted him and begged him to crave admission for them to the presence. So Adi answered, "'Tis well," and going into Omar said to him, "The poets are at thy door, and have been there days and days. Yet hast thou not given them leave to enter, albeit their sayings abide, and their arrows from the mark never fly wide." Quoth Omar, what have I to do with the poets? And quoth 'Adi, O Commander of the Faithful, the Prophet Abhak was praised by a poet, and gave him largesse, and in him is an exemplar to every Moslem. Quoth Omar, and who praised him? And quoth 'Adi, Abbas bin Mirdas praised him, and he clad him with a suit, and said, O generosity! Cut off from me his tongue. Asked the Caliph, Dost thou remember what he said? And 'Adi answered, Yes. Rejoined Omar, Then repeat it. So 'Adi repeated, I saw thee, O thou best of the human race, bring out a book which brought to graceless grace. Thou showedst righteous road to men astray from right, when darkest wrong had ta'en its place. Thou with Islam didst light the gloomiest way, quenching with proof life coals of frowardness. I own for prophet my Mohammed's self, and men's award upon his word we base. Thou madest straight the path that crooked ran, where in old days foul growth o'ergrew its face. Exalt be thou in joys empyrean, and Allah's glory ever grow apace. And indeed, continued 'Adi, this elegy on the Prophet Abhak is well known, and to comment on it would be tedious. Quoth Omar, Who of the poets is at the door? And quoth 'Adi, Among them is Omar ibn Rabia the Qurashi. Whereupon the Caliph cried, May Allah show him no favour, neither quicken him! Was it not he who spoke impiously in praising his love? Could I in my clay bed, the grave, with Ialma repose, there to me were better than heaven or hell. Had he not, continued the Caliph, been the enemy of Allah, he had wished for her in this world, so that he might after repent and return to righteous dealing. By Allah, he shall not come in to me. Who is at the door other than he? Quoth 'Adi, Jamil bin Mama al-Uzri is at the door. And quoth Omar, 'Tis he who saith in one of his love elegies, Would heaven conjoint we lived, and if I die, death only grant me a grave within her grave, for I'd no longer deign to live my life, if told, upon her head is laid the pave. Quoth Omar, Away with him from me. Who is at the door? And quoth 'Adi, Kutahir Azza. Whereupon Omar cried, 'Tis he who saith in one of his impious odes, Some talk of faith and creed and nothing else, and wait for pains of hell in prayer seat. But did they hear what I from Azza heard, they'd make prostration fearful at her feet. Leave the mention of him. Who is at the door? Quoth 'Adi, Al-Awas al-Ansari. Cried Omar, Allah Almighty put him away, and estrange him from his mercy. Is it not he who said, berhyming on a Medinite's slave girl, so that she might outlive her master, Allah be judge betwixt me and her Lord, whoever flies with her, and I pursue. He shall not come in to me. Who is at the door other than he? 'Adi replied, Hammam bin Gharib al-Farazdak. And Omar said, 'Tis he who glories in wickedness. He shall not come in to me. Who is at the door other than he? 'Adi replied, Al-Akhtal al-Taglibi. And Omar said, He is the godless miscreant who saith in his singing, Ramazan I ne'er fasted in lifetime, nay, I ate flesh in public at Undurn day, nor chid I the fair, save in word of love, nor seek Neckar's plain in salvation way, nor stand I praying like rest who cry high salvation-wards at the dawn's first ray. By Allah, he treadeth no carpet of mine. Who is at the door other than he? Said Adi, Jarir ibn al-Khatafar, and Omar cried, 'Tis he who saith, but for ill-spying glances had our eyes espied eyes of the antelope and ringlets of the reams, a huntress of the eyes by night-time came, and I cried, Turn in peace, no time for visit this, meseems. But if it must be, and no help, admit Jarir. So Adi went forth and admitted Jarir, who entered, saying, Yea, he who sent Mohammed unto men, a just successor of Islam assigned. His ruth and his justice all mankind embrace, to daunt the bad and stablish well designed. Verily now I look to present good, for man hath ever transient weal in mind. Quoth Omar, O Jarir, keep the fear of Allah before thine eyes, and say naught save the sooth. And Jarir recited these couplets. How many widows loose the hair in far Yamama land, how many an orphan there abides, feeble of voice and eye, since faredst thou, who wast to them instead of father lost, when they like nestled fledglings were, sans power to creep or fly. And now we hope, since broke the clouds their word and troth with us, hope from the Caliph's grace to gain a rain that ne'er shall dry. When the Caliph heard this, he said, By Allah, O Jarir, Omar possesseth but 100 dirhams. Ho, boy, do thou give them to him. Moreover, he gifted Jarir with the ornaments of his sword, and Jarir went forth to the other poets, who asked him, What is behind thee? What is thy news? And he answered, A man who giveth to the poor, and who denieth the poets, and with him I am well pleased. End of section 30. Recording by Martin Gradwell.